Druss, a Legend, The Chronicles of Druss, a Ledgand by David Gammell, Book 2. Book 2, The Demon in the Axe. Prologue. The ship glided from the harbour. The early evening swell rippled against the hull. Rowena stood on the aft deck, the tiny figures of Pudry beside her. Above them, unnoticed, on the raised tiller deck, stood the Ventrian merchant Kabuchek. Tall and cadaverously thin, he stared at the dock. He had seen Colin cut down the unknown swordsman, and had watched the giant Darien warrior battle his way through Colin's men. Interesting, he thought. What men will do for love. His thoughts flew back to his youth in Vesipius, and his desire for the young maiden Hadanini. Did I love her then, he wondered, or has time added colours to otherwise grey days of youth? The ship lifted on the swell as the vessel approached the harbour mouth, the surging tides beyond. Kabuchek glanced down at the girl. Colin had sold her cheaply, 5,000 pieces of silver for a talent such as hers. Ludicrous. He had been prepared for a charlatan or a clever trickster, but she had taken his hand, looked into his eyes, and said a single word: Hadanini. Kabuchek had kept the shock from his face. He had not heard her name in 25 years, and certainly there was no way that the pirate Colin could have known of his juvenile infatuation. Although already convinced of her talent, Kabuchek asked many questions until finally he turned to Colin. It appears she has a modicum of talent, he said. What price are you asking? 5,000. Kabuchek swung to his servant, the eunuch Padri. Pay him, he said, concealing the smile of triumph and contenting himself with the tormented look that appeared on Colin's face. I will take her to my ship myself. Now, judging by how close the axeman had come, how he congratulated himself upon his shrewdness. He heard Padri's gentle voice speaking to the girl. I pray your husband is not dead, said Padri. Kabuchek glanced back at the dock and saw 2 Darnier warriors were kneeling beside the still figure of the axeman. He will live, said Rowena, tears falling from her eyes. He will follow me. If he does, thought Kabuchek, I will have him slain. He has a great love for you, Pachtai, said Pudry soothingly. So it should be between a husband and wife. It rarely happens that way, however. I myself have had 3 wives, and none of them loved me. But then, a eunuch is not an ideal mate. The girl watched the tiny figures on the dock until the ship had slipped out of the harbour and the lights of Masrupa became distant twinkling candles. She sighed and sank down on the rail seat, her head bowed, tears spilling from her eyes. Pudry sat beside her, his slender arm on her shoulders. Yes, he whispered, tears are good, very good. Patting her back as if she were a small child, he sat beside her and whispered meaningless platitudes. Kabuchek climbed down the deck steps and approached them. Bring her to my cabin, he ordered Pudry. Rowena glanced up at the harsh face of her new master. His nose was long and hooked, like the beak of an eagle, and his skin was darker than any she had seen, almost black. His eyes, however, were a bright blue beneath thick brows. Beside her, Pudry stood, helping her to her feet, and together they followed the Ventrian merchant down the steps to the aft cabin. Lanterns were lit here, hanging on bronze hooks from low oak beams. Kabuchek sat down beside a desk of polished mahogany. Cast the runes for the voyage, he ordered Rowena. I do not cast runes, she said. I would not know how. He waved his hand at her dismissively. Do whatever it is you do, woman. The sea is a treacherous mistress, and I need to know how the voyage will be. Rowena sat opposite him. Give me your hand, she said. Leaning forward, he struck her face with his open palm. It was not a heavy blow, but it stung her skin. You will address me always as master, he said, without any display of anger. His bright eyes scrutinized her face for any sign of anger or defiance, but found himself gazing into the calm hazel eyes which appeared to be appraising him. Curiously, he felt like apologizing for the blow, which was a ridiculous thought. It was not intended to hurt, being merely a swift method of establishing authority. Ownership. He cleared his throat. I expect you to learn swiftly the ways of Ventrian households. You will be well cared for and well fed. Your quarters will be comfortable and warm in winter, cool in summer. But you are a slave, understand that. I own you. You are property. Do you understand this? I understand, master, said the girl. The title was said with just a touch of emphasis, but without insolence. Very well then, let us move on to more important matters. He extended his hand. Rowena reached out and touched his open palm. At first she could see only the details of his recent past, his engagement with the traitors who had slain the Ventrian emperor. One of them, a hawk-faced man, Kabuchek, was kneeling before him, and there was blood on the man's sleeve. A name whispered into her mind. Shabag. What's that you say? Hissed Kabuchik. Rowena blinked, then realised she must have spoken the name. I see a tall man with blood on his sleeve. You are kneeling before him. The future girl, not the past. From the decks above came a great flapping of some giant flying beast was descending from the sky. Rowena was startled. It's just the mainsail, said Kabuchik. Concentrate, girl. Closing her eyes, Rowena allowed her mind to drift. She could see the ship now from above, floating on the clear sea beneath the sky of brilliant blue. Then another ship hove into sight, the Trireme, its 3 banks of oars sending up white spray as it sheared through the waves towards them. Rowena floated closer. Armed men filled the Trireme's deck. Silver grey forms swam around from Trireme, great fish, 20 feet long, with fins like spear points cutting through the water. Rowena watched as the 2 ships crashed together, saw men falling in the water, and the sleek grey fish rising up towards them. Blood billowed into the sea, and she saw the jagged teeth in the mouths of the fish, saw them rend and tear and dismember the helpless sailors thrashing in the water. The battle on the ship's decks was short and brutal. She saw herself and Pudri and the tall form of Kabuchik clambering over the aft rail and leaping out into the waves. The killer fish circled them, then moved in. Rowena could watch no more and jerked her mind to the present. She opened her eyes. Well, what did you see? Asked Kabuchik. A black-sailed Trireme, master. Air and shad, whispered Pudri, his face pale, his eyes fearful. Do we escape? Asked Kabuchik. Yes, said Rowena, her voice dull, her thoughts full of despair. We escape, Ian shad. Good, I am well satisfied, announced Kabuchik. He glanced at Pudri. Take her to the cabin and give her some food. She is looking pale. Pudri led Rowena back along the narrow corridor to the small door. Pushing it open, he stepped inside. The bed is very small, but you are not large. I think it will suffice. Pashtai, Rowena nodded dumbly and sat. You saw more than you told the master, he said. Yes, they were fish, huge fish, dark with terrible teeth. Sharks, said Poudre, sitting beside her. The ship will sink, she told him, and you and I and Kibbuchik will leap into the sea where the sharks will be waiting. Sabian sat in the chapter 1. Sabian sat in the outer room, sunlight slanting through the shuttered window at his back. He could hear low voices from the room beyond. A man's deep pleading tones and the harsh responses of an old woman. Muffled by the thick walls of stone and the oak door, the words were lost, which was just as well, since Sabian had no wish to hear the conversation. The old woman had many clients, most seeking the murder of rivals, at least according to the whispered gossip he had heard. He closed his eyes to the voices and concentrated instead on the shafts of light and the gleaming dust motes dancing within them. The room was bare of ornament, save for 3 seats of plain unfinished wood. They were not even well made, and Sabian guessed they had been bought in the southern quarter, where the poor sent what little money they had. Idly he swept his hand through the shafts of light. The dust scattered and swirled. The oak door opened, and a middle-aged man emerged. Seeing Sabian, he swiftly turned his face around and hurried from the house. The poet rose and moved towards the open door. The room beyond was scarcely better furnished than the waiting area. There were broad tables with ill-fitting joints, 2 hardwood chairs, and a single shuttered window. No light shone through the slats, and Sabian saw the old cloths had been wedged between them. A curtain would have been sufficient to block the light, he said, forcing a lightness of his tone he did not feel. The old woman did not smile, her face impassive in the light of the red glass lantern on the table before her. Sit, she said. He did so. He tried to stop himself from considering her awesome ugliness. Her teeth were multicoloured green, grey and brown, of rotting vegetation. Her eyes were rheumy, and a cataract had formed in the left. She was wearing a loose-fitting gown of faded red, and a gold talisman was partially hidden in the wrinkled folds of her neck. Put the gold upon the table, she said. He lifted a single gold rack from the pouch at his side and slid it towards her. Making no move to pick up the coin, she looked into his face. What do you require of me? She asked him. I have a friend who is dying, the young axeman. Yes, the surgeons have done all they can, but there is poison within his lungs, and a knife wound in his lower back will not heal. You have something of his with you? Sabian nodded and pulled a silver knuckle gauntlet from his belt. She took it from his hand and sat in silence, running the callous skin of her thumb across the leather and metal. The surgeon is Calvarsin, she said. What does he say? Only that Druss should already be dead. The poison in his system is spreading. They are forcing liquids into him, but his weight is falling away, and he has not opened his eyes in 4 days. What would you have me do? Sabian shrugged. It is said you are very skilled with herbs. I thought you might save him. She laughed suddenly, the sound dry and harsh. My herbs do not usually prolong life, Sabian. Laying the gauntlet upon the table, she leaned back in her chair. He suffers, she said. He has lost his lady, and his will to live is fading. Without that will, there is no hope. There is nothing you can do. About his will, no. But his lady is on board a ship bound for Ventria, and she is safe for the moment. But the war sweeps on, and who can say what will become of a slave girl if she reaches that battle-torn continent? Go back to the hospital. Take your friend to the house Shadak is preparing for you. He will die then. She smiled, and Sabian tore his eyes from the sudden show of rotting teeth. Perhaps. Place him in a room where the sunlight enters in the morning, and lay his axe upon his bed, his fingers upon the hilt. Her hand snaked across the table, and the gold rack vanished into her palm. That is all you can tell me for an ounce of gold. It is all you need to know. Place his hand upon the hilt, Sabian. Sabian rose. I had expected more. Life is full of disappointment, Sabian. He moved to the door, but her voice stopped him. Do not touch the blade, she warned. What? Carry the weapon with care. Shaking his head, he left the house. The sun was hidden now behind dark clouds, and rain began to fall. Druss was sitting alone and exhausted upon a grim mountainside, the sky above him grey and forlorn, the earth around him arid and dry. He gazed up at the towering peaks so far above him, and levered himself to his feet. His legs were unsteady, and he had been climbing for so long that all sense of time had vanished. All he knew was that Rowena waited at the topmost peak, and he must find her. Some 20 paces ahead was a jutting finger of rock, and Druss set off towards it, forcing his aching limbs to push his weary body on and up. Blood was gushing from the wounds in his back, making the ground treacherous around his feet. He fell, then he crawled. It seemed like hours had passed. He looked up. The jutting finger of rock was now 40 paces from him. Despair came fleetingly, but was washed away on a tidal wave of rage. He crawled on, ever on. I won't give up, he hissed, ever. Something cold touched his hands, his fingers closing around an object of steel, and he heard a voice. I am back, my brother. Something in the words chilled him. He gazed down at the silver axe and felt his wounds heal, his strength flooding back into his frame. Rising smoothly, he looked up at the mountain. It was merely a hill. Swiftly, he strode to the top and woke. Calvasin patted Druss's back. Put on your shirt, young man, he said. The wounds have finally healed. There is a little pus, but the blood is fresh, and the scabs contain no corruption. I congratulate you on your strength. Druss nodded, but did not reply. Slowly and with care, he pulled his shirt of grey wool, then leaned back exhausted on the bed. Calvasin reached out, gently passing his index finger to the pulse point on the young man's throat. The beat was erratic and fast, but that was to be expected after such a long infection. Take a deep breath, ordered the surgeon, and Druss obeyed. The right lung is still not operating at full efficiency, but it will. I want you to move out into the garden, enjoy the sunshine and the sea air. The surgeon rose and left the room, walking down the long hallways and out into the gardens beyond. He saw the poet Sabian sitting beneath a spreading elm and tossing pebbles into a man-made pond. Calvasin wandered to the poolside. Your friend is improving, but not as swiftly as I had hoped, he said. Did you bleed him? No, there was no longer a fever. He is very silent, withdrawn. Sabian nodded. His wife was taken from him. Very sad, I'm sure, but there are other women in the world, observed the surgeon. Not for him. He loves her. He's going after her. He'll waste his life, said Calvar. Has he any idea of the size of the Ventrian continent? There are thousands upon thousands of small towns and villages, and more than 300 major cities, and there is the war. All shipping has ceased. How will he get there? Of course he understands, but he's Druss. He's not like you or me, surgeon. The poet chuckled and threw another pebble. He's an old-fashioned hero. You don't see many these days. He'll find a way. Calver cleared his throat. Well, your old-fashioned hero is currently as strong as a three-day lamb. He is deep in a melancholic state, and until he recovers from it, I cannot see him improving. Feed him red meat and dark green vegetables. He needs food for the blood. He cleared his throat again and stood silently. Was there something else? Asked the poet. Calver cursed inwardly. People were always the same. As soon as they were sick, they sent at speed for a doctor. But when it came to the time for settling accounts, no one expected a baker to part with bread without coin. No one expected a baker to part without bread. No one expected a baker to part without. But when it came time for settling accounts, no one expected a baker to part with bread without coin. Not so a surgeon. There is a question of my fee, he said coldly. Ah, yes. How much is it? 30 rack. Sheema's balls. No wonder you surgeons live in palaces. Calver sighed, but kept his temper. I do not live in a palace. I have a small house to the north. And the reason why surgeons must charge fees is that a great number of parties renege. Your friend has been ill now for 2 months. During this time I have made more than 30 visits to the house, and I have had to purchase many expensive herbs. 3 times now you have promised to settle the account. On each occasion you ask me how much it is. So have you the money? No, admitted Sabian. How much do you have? 5 rack. Calver held out his hand, and Sabian handed him the coins. You have until this time next week to find the rest of my money. After that I shall inform the watch. In Mashroopa the law is simple. If you do not honour your debts, your property will be sequestered. Since the house does not belong to you, as far as I know, you have no source of income. You are likely to be imprisoned until sold as a slave. Until next week, then. Calver turned away and strode through the garden, his anger mounting. Another bad debt. One day I really will go to the watch, he promised himself. He strolled on through the narrow streets, his medicine bag swinging from his narrow shoulders. Doctor, doctor, came a woman's voice as he swung to see a young woman towards him. Sighing, he waited. Could you come with me? My son, he has a fever. Calver looked down at the woman. Her dress was poor quality and old. She wore no shoes. And how will you pay me? He asked the question, springing from the residue of his anger. She stood silent for a moment. You can take everything I had, she said simply. He shook his head. His anger finally disappeared. That will not be necessary, he told her, with a professional smile. He arrived home a little after midnight. His servant had left him a cold meal of meat and cheese. Calver stretched out on the leather-covered couch and sipped a goblet of wine. Untying his money pouch, he tipped the contents to the table. 3 rack tumbled to the wooden surface. You will never be rich, Calver, he said with a weary smile. He had sat with the boy a while the mother was buying food. She had returned with eggs and meat and milk and bread, and her face glowing. It was worth 2 rack just to see her expression, he thought. Druss made his way slowly out into the garden. The moon was high and the stars bright. He remembered a poem of Sabian's. Glitter dust in the lair of night. Yes, that's how the stars looked. Like glitter dust in the lair of night. He was breathing heavily by the time he reached the circular seat constructed around the bowl of an L. Take a deep breath, the surgeon had ordered. Deep. He felt as if He felt as if a huge lump of stone had been wedged into his lungs, blocking all air. The crossbow bolt had pierced cleanly, but it had also driven a tiny portion of his shirt into the wound, and that had caused the poison that drained his strength. The wind was cool, and bats circled above the trees. Strength just realised now just how much he had undervalued the awesome power of his body. One small bolt and a hastily thrust knife had reduced him to a shambling weak shell. How in this state could he rescue Rowena? Despair struck him. Despair struck him like a fist under his heart. Rescue her, he did not even know where she was, save the thousands of miles now separated them. No Ventrian ship sailed, and even if they did, he had no gold with which to purchase passage. He gazed back at the house, where golden light gleamed from Sabian's window. It was a fine house, better than any Druss had ever visited. Shadak had arranged for them to rent the property, the owner being trapped in Ventria. But the rent was due. The surgeon had told him it would be 2 months before his strength began to return. We'll starve before then, thought Druss. Levering himself to his feet, he walked on the high wall at the rear of the garden. By the time he reached it, his legs felt boneless. His breath was coming in ragged gasps. The house seemed an infinite distance away. Druss struck out for it, but had to stop by the pond and sit at the water's edge. Splashing his face, he waited until his feebled strength returned, then rose and stumbled to the rear door. The iron gate at the far end of the garden was lost in shadow now. He wanted to walk there once more, but his will was gone. As he was about to enter the building, he saw movement from the corner of his eyes. He swung ponderously, and a man moved from the shadows. "Good to see you alive, lad," said old Throm. Just smiled. There is an ornate door knocker at the front of the house, he said. "Didn't know as I'd be welcome," the old man replied. Druss led the way into the house. Turning left into the large meeting room with the 4 couches and 6 padded chairs. Thom moved to the hearth, lighting a taper from the dying flames of the fire, and then touching it to the wick of a lantern set on the wall. "Help yourself to a drink," offered Druss. Old Thom poured a goblet of red wine, then a second, which he passed to the young man. "You've lost a lot of weight, lad, and you look like an old man," said Throm cheerfully. "I've felt better." "I see Shadak spoke up for you with the magistrates. No action is to be taken over the fight on the quay. Good to have friends, eh? And don't worry about Calversin. Why should I worry about him? Unpaid debts. He could have you sold into slavery, but he won't. Soft he is. I thought Sabian had paid him. I'll not be beholden to any man. Good words, lad. For words and a copper farthing, you can buy a loaf of bread. For good words and a copper farthing, you can buy a loaf of bread." "I'll get the money to pay him," promised Druss. "Of course you will, lad. The best way in the sand circle, but we've got to get your strength up first. You need to work, though my tongue should turn back for what's saying it." "I need time," said Druss. "You've little time, lad. Brochure is looking for you. You took away his reputation, and he says he'll beat you to death when he finds you. Does he indeed? Hissed Druss, his pale eyes gleaming. That's more like it, my bonny lad. Anger, that's what you need. Right. Well, I'll leave you now. By the way, they're felling trees to the west of the city, clearing the ground for some new buildings. They're looking for workers. 2 silver pennies a day. It ain't much, but it's work. I'll think on it. You leave the rest. I'll leave you to your rest, lad. You look like you need it. Druss watched the old man leave, then walked into the garden once more. His muscles ached and his heart was beating like a ragged drum. But Brochure's face was fixed before his mind's eye, and he forced himself to walk to the gate and back 3 times. Vintar rose from his bed, moving quietly so as not to wake the 4 priests who shared the small room in the southern wing. Dressing himself in a long white habit of rough wool, he padded barefoot along the cold stone of the corridor and up the winding steps to the ancient battlements. From here he could see the mountain range that separated Lantria from the lands of Dernier. The moon was high, half full, and the sky cloudless. Beyond the temple of the trees of the forest shimmered in a spectacle of light. The night is a good time for meditation, my son, said the abbot, stepping from the shadows. But you will need your strength for the day. You are falling behind in your sword work. The abbot was broad-shouldered, a powerful man who had once been a mercenary. His face bore a jagged scar from his right cheekbone down to his rugged jaw. I am not meditating, father. I cannot stop thinking about the woman, the one taken by slavers. Yes, she haunts me. You are here because your parents gave you into my custody, but you remain of your own free will. Should you desire to leave and find this girl, you may do so. The 30 will survive, Vintar, the young man sighed. I do not wish to leave, father, and it is not that I desire her. He smiled wistfully. I have never desired a woman, but there was something about her that I cannot shake from my thoughts. Come with me, my boy, it's cold here, and I have a fire. We will talk. Vintar followed the blurry abbot into the western wing, and the 2 men sat in the abbot's study as the sky paled towards dawn. Sometimes, said the abbot, as a huge copper kettle over the flames. Sometimes, said the abbot, as he hung a huge copper kettle over the flames, it is hard to define the will of the source. I have known men who wished to travel to far lands. They prayed for guidance. Amazingly, they found that the source was guiding them to do what they wished for. I say amazingly because in my experience the source rarely sends a man where he wants to go. That is part of the sacrifice we make when we serve him. I do not say it never happens, you understand, for that would be arrogance. No, but when one prays for guidance, it should be with an open mind, all thoughts of one's own desire put aside. The kettle began to hiss, clouds of vapour puffing from the curved spout. Shielding his hands with a cloth, the abbot poured the water into a second pot, in which he had spoon dried herbs. Placing the kettle in the hearth, he sat back in an old-fashioned leather chair. Now, the source very rarely speaks to us directly, and the question is, how do we know what is required? These matters are very complex. You chose to absent yourself from study and soar across the heavens. In doing so, you rescued the spirit of the young girl and led her home to her abused body. Coincidence? I distrust coincidence. Therefore it is my belief, though I may be wrong, that the source led you to her, and that is why she now haunts your mind. Your dealings with her are not yet concluded. You think I should seek her out? I do. Take yourself to the south wing library. There is a small cell beyond it. I will excuse you from all studies tomorrow. But how shall I find her again, Lord Abbot? She was a slave. She could be anywhere. Start with the man who is abusing her. You know his name, Colin. You know where he was planning to take her, Mashrupa. Let your spirit search begin there. The abbot poured tea into 2 clay cups. The aroma was sweet and heady. I am the least talented of all the priests, said Vintar sorrowfully. Surely it would be better to pray to the source to send someone stronger. The abbot chuckled. It is so strange, my boy. Many people say they wish to serve the Lord of all peace, but in an advisory capacity. Ah, my God, you are most wondrous. Have created all the planets and the stars. However, you are quite wrong to choose me. I know this, for I am Vintar, and I am weak. You mock me, father. Of course I mock you, but I do so at least in modicum of love in my heart. I was a soldier, a killer, a drunkard, a womanizer. How do you think I felt when I chose to become a member of the 30? And when my brother priest stood facing death, can you imagine my despair at being told I was the one who must survive? I was to be the new abbot. I was to gather the new 30. Oh, Vintar, you have much to learn. Find this girl. I rather believe that in doing so, you will find something for yourself. The young priest finished his tea and stood. Thank you, father, for your kindness. You told me she has a husband who is searching for her, said the abbot. Yes, a man named Druss. Perhaps he will still be in Mashrupa. An hour later, the bright sky above the city, the spirit of the young priest hovered. From here, despite the distance that made the buildings and palaces seem tiny, like the building bricks of an infant, he could feel the pulsing heart of Mashrupa, like a beast upon wakening, ravenous, filled with greed and lust. Dark emotions rattled from the city, filling his thoughts and swamping the purity he had fought so hard to maintain. He dropped closer still. He could now see the dock workers strolling to work, and the whores plying the early morning trade, and the merchants opening their shops and stalls. Where to begin? He had no idea. For hours he flew aimlessly, touching a mind here, a thought there, seeking knowledge of Colin, Rowena, or Druss. He found nothing save greed or want, hunger or dissipation, lust or so rarely love. Tired and defeated, he was ready to return to the temple, when he felt a sudden pull on his spirit, as if a rope had attached itself to him. In panic he tried to pull away, but though he used all his strength, he was drawn inexorably down into a room where all the windows had been barred. An elderly woman was sitting before a red lantern. She gazed up at him, as he floated just above the ceiling. Ah, but you are a treat to these old eyes, my pretty, she said, suddenly shocked. Vintar realised that his form was naked, and he clothed himself in an instant in robes of white. She gave a dry laugh, and modest too. The smile faded, and with this her good humour. What are you doing here, This is my city, child. I am a priest, lady, he said. I am seeking knowledge of a woman called Rowena, the wife of Druss, the slave of Colin. Why? My abbot instructed me to find her. He believes the source wants her protected. By you? Her good humour returned. Boy, you can't even protect yourself from an old witch. Were I to desire it, I could send your soul flaming into hell. Why would you desire such a terrible thing? She paused for a moment. It might be a whim or a fancy. What will you give me for your life? I don't have anything to give. Of course you do, she said. Her old eyes closed as he watched her spirit rise from her body. She took the form of a beautiful woman, young and shapely, with golden hair and large blue eyes. Does this form please you? Of course, it is flawless. Is that how you looked when you were younger? No, I was always ugly, but this is how I choose for you to see me. She glided in close to him and stroked his face. Her touch was warm, and he felt a ripple of arousal. Please do not continue, he said. Why? It is not pleasurable. Why? It is not pleasurable. Her hand touched his robes, and they disappeared. Yes, it is very, but my vows do not allow for the pleasures of the flesh. But my vows do not allow for the pleasures of the flesh. Silly boy, she whispered into his ear. We are not flesh. We are spirit. No, he said sternly. Instantly, he transformed himself into the image of the old woman sitting at the table. Clever boy, said the beautiful vision. Yes, very clever, and virtuous too. I don't know if I like that, but it does have a charm of being novel. Very well, I will help you. He felt the invisible chains holding him disappear, as did the vision. The old woman opened her eyes. She was at sea, heading for Ventria. Then a ship came under attack. She leapt into the water, and the sharks took her. Ventar reeled back and cried out, It's my fault. I should have sought her sooner. Go back to your temple, boy. My time is precious, and I have clients waiting. Her laughter rang out as she waved her hand dismissively. Once more he felt the pull of his spirit. It dragged him out, hurling him high into the sky over Masrupa. Vintar returned to his tiny cell at the temple, merging once more with his body. As always, he felt nauseous and dizzy, and lay still for a few moments, experiencing the weight of his flesh, feeling the rough blanket beneath his skin. A great sadness fell upon him. His talents were far beyond those of normal men, yet they had brought him no pleasure. His parents had treated him with cold reverence, frightened by his uncanny skills. They had been both delighted and relieved when the abbot came to them one autumn evening and offered to take the boy into his custody. It mattered nothing to them that the abbot represented a temple of the 30, where men were with awesome talents, trained and studied with one purpose only, to die in some battle, some distant war, and thus become one with the source. The prospect of his death could not grieve his parents, for they had never treated him as a human being, flesh of their flesh, blood of their blood. They saw him as a changeling, a demonic presence. He had no friends. Who wants to be around a boy who can read minds? Who can peek into the darkest corners of your soul and know all your secrets? Even in the temple he was alone, unable to share the simplest camaraderie of others with talents the equal of his. And now he had missed the opportunity to help the young woman, indeed, to save her life. He sat up and sighed. The old woman had been a witch, and he had felt the malevolence of her personality. Even so, the vision created had aroused him. He could not even withstand such a petty evil. And when the thought struck him, like a blow between the eyes, evil, malice and deceit walked hand in hand beneath the darkness of evil. Perhaps she lied. He lay back and forced his mind to relax, losing the spirit once more. Soaring from the temple, he spread across the ocean, seeking the ship and praying that it was not too late. Clouds were gathering in the east, promising a storm. Vintar swooped low over the water, spirit eyes scanning the horizon. 40 miles from the coast of Ventria, he saw the ships, the Trarimir, with huge black sail and slender merchant vessels seeking to avoid capture. The merchant ship swung away, but Tarimir ploughed on, its bronze-covered ram striking the prey amidships, smashing the timbers and ripping the heart out of the vessel. Armed men swarmed over the Tarimir's prow. On the rear deck, Vintar saw a young woman dressed in white, with two men, one tall and dark-skinned, the other small and slightly built. The trio leapt into the waves. Sharks glided through the water towards them. Vintar flew to Rowena. His spirit hand touched her shoulder as she bobbed in the water. Clinging to a length of timber, with two men on either side of her. "Stay calm, Rowena," he pulsed. A shark lunged up at the struggling trio, and Vintar entered its mind, tasting the blackness of its non-thoughts, the cloudness of its emotions, the hunger that consumed it. He felt himself becoming the shark, seeing the world through black, unblinking eyes, tasting the environment through a sense of smell, 100, perhaps 1,000 times more powerful than a man's. Another shark glided below the three people, its jaws opening as it swept in towards them. With a flick of his tail, Vintar rammed the beast, which turned and snapped to the side, barely missing his dorsal fin. Then came a scent in the water, sweet and beguiling, promising infinite pleasure at the cessation of hunger. Almost without thinking, Vintar swam for it, sensing and seeing the other sharks racing towards it. And then he knew, as his soaring lust was quelled as swiftly as it had risen. Blood, the victims of the pirates, were being thrown into the sharks. Releasing control of the sea beast, he flew back to where Rowena and the others were clinging to the beam. "Get your friends to kick out. You must swim away from here," he told her. He heard her tell the others, and softly the three of them began to move away from the carnage. Vintar sailed high above into the sky and scanned the horizon. Another ship was just in sight, a merchant vessel, and the young priest sped towards it, dropping to where the captain stood by the far tiller. Vintar entered the man's mind, screening out his thoughts of wife, family, pirates and bad winds. The ship was managed by 200 rowers and 30 seamen. It was carrying wine from Lentria to the Nashanite ports of Varinis. Vintar flowed through the captain's body, seeking control. In the lungs he found a small malignant cancer. Swiftly, Vintar neutralized it, in accelerating the body's healing mechanism to carry away the corrupt cell. Moving up once more into his brain, he made the captain swing the ship towards the northwest. The captain was a kindly man, his thoughts mellow. He had 7 children, and one of them, the youngest daughter, had been sick with yellow fever when he set sail. He was praying for her recovery. Vintar imprinted a new course on the man's unsuspecting mind and flew back to Rowena, telling her of the ship that would soon arrive. Then he moved to the pirate Tarimir. Already they had sacked the merchant vessel and were backing oars, pulling clear the ram and allowing the looted ship to sink. Vintar entered the captain's mind and reeled with horror of his thoughts. Swiftly he made the man see the distant merchant ship and filled his mouth with nameless fears. The approaching ship, he made the captain believe, was filled with soldiers. It was an ill omen. It would be the death of him. Then Vintar left him and listened to with satisfaction as Edenishad bellowed orders to his men to turn about and make for the northwest. Vintar floated above Rowena and the 2 men until the merchant ship arrived and hauled them aboard. Then he departed for the Lantrian port of Chupinin. where he healed the captain's daughter. Only then did he return to the temple, where he found the abbot sitting beside the bed. "How are you feeling, my boy?" he asked. "Better than I have in years, father. The girl is safe now, and I have enchanted 2 lives. 3, said the abbot. "You have enchanted your own." "That is true," admitted Ventar. "It is good to be home." Druss could hardly believe the chaos at the clearing site. Hundreds of men scurried here and there without apparent direction, felling trees, digging out roots, and hacking at the dense undergrowth and vegetation. There was no order to the destruction. Trees were hacked down, falling across paths used by men with wheelbarrows, who were trying to clear the debris. Even while he waited to see the overseer, he watched the tall pine topple onto a group of men digging out tree roots. No one was killed, but one worker suffered a broken arm, and several others showed bloody gashes to face and arms. The overseer, a slender, pot-bellied man, called over him. "Well, what are your skills?" he asked. "Woodsman," answered Druss. "Everyone here claims to be a woodsman," said the man wearily. "I am looking for men with skill." "You obviously need them," observed Druss. "I have 20 days to clear this area, with another 20 to prepare footings for the new buildings. They pay 2 silver pennies a day." The man pointed to a burly, bearded man sitting by a tree stump. That's Togrin, the charge hand. He organises the workforces and hires the men." "He's a fool," said Druss, "and he'll get somebody killed." "Fool he may be," admitted the overseer, "but he's also a very tough man. No one shirks when he's around." Druss gazed at the sight. "That may be true, but you'll never finish on time, and I'll not work for any man who doesn't know what he's doing. They're a little young to make such sweeping comments," observed the overseer. "So tell me, how would you reorganise the work?" "I'd move the axeman further west and allow the rest of the men to clear behind him. If it carries on like this, the movement will cease. Look there," said Druss, pointing to the right. Trees had been felled in a rough circle, at the centre of which were men digging out their roots. "Where will they take the roots?" asked the axeman. "There is no longer a path. They will have to wait while the trees are hauled away. Yet how will you move horses and trace chains through to them?" The overseer smiled. "You have a point, young man. Very well. The charge hand earns 4 pennies a day. Take his place and show me what you can do." Druss took a deep breath. His muscles were already tired from the long walk to the site, and the wounds on his back were aching. He was in no condition to fight, and had been hoping to ease himself into the work. "How do you signal a break in the work?" he asked. "We ring the bell for the noon break, but that's 3 hours away." "Have it rung now," said Druss. The overseer chuckled. "That should break the monotony," he said. "Do you want me to tell Togrin he has lost his job?" Just looked into the man's brown eyes. "No, I'll tell him myself." "Good, then I'll see to the bell." The overseer strolled away, and just picked his way through the chaos until he was standing close to the seated Togrin. The man glanced up. He was large and round-shouldered, heavy of arm and sturdy of chin. His eyes were dark, almost black under his heavy brows. "Looking for work?" he asked. "No." "Then get off my sight. I don't like idlers." The clanging of the bell sounded through the wood. Togrin swore and rose, and everywhere men stopped working. "What the—" He swung around. "Who rang that bell?" he bellowed. The men began to gather around the charge hand, and Druss approached the man. "I ordered the bell rung," he said. Togrin's eyes narrowed. "And who might you be?" he asked. "The new charge hand," replied Druss. "Well, well," said Tugrin, with a wide grin. "Now there are 2 charge hands. I think that's one too many." "I agree," Druss told him. Stepping in swiftly, he delivered a thundering blow to the man's belly. The air left Tugrin's lungs with a great whoosh as he doubled up and his head dropped. Druss's left fist chomped down on the man's jaw, and Tugrin hit the ground face first. The charge hand twitched and then lay still. Druss sucked in a great gulp of air. He felt unsteady, and white lights danced before his eyes as he looked around at the waiting men. "Now we are going to make some changes," he said. Day by day, Druss's strength grew, the muscles of his arms and shoulders swelling with each sweeping blow of the axe. Each shovelful of hard clay, each wrenching lift that tore a stubborn tree root clear from the earth. For the first 5 days, Druss slept at the site in a small canvas tent supplied by the overseer. He had not the energy to walk the 3 miles back to the rented house, and each lonely night 2 faces hovered in his mind as he drifted to sleep. Rowena, whom he loved more than his wife, and Brosher, the first fighter he knew he had to face. In the quiet of his tent, his thoughts were many. He saw his father differently now, and wished he had known him better. It took courage to live down a father like Burden the Slayer, and to raise a child and build a life on the frontier. He remembered the day when the wandering mercenary had stopped in the village. Druss had been impressed by the man's weapons, knife, short sword and hand axe, and by his battered breastplate and helm. He lives a life of real courage, he had observed to his father, putting emphasis on the word real. Bress had merely nodded. Several days later, as they were walking across the high meadow, Bress had pointed towards the house of Egan the farmer. "You want to see courage, boy," he said. "Look at him, working in the field. 10 years ago, he had a farm on the Centurion Plain, but Sefuli raiders came in the night and burned him out. Then he moved to the Ventrian border, where locusts destroyed his crops for 3 years. He had borrowed money to finance his farm, and he lost everything. Now he is back on the land, working from first light to last. That's real courage. It doesn't take much for a man to abandon a life of toil for a sword. The real heroes are those who battle on." The boy had known better. You could be a hero and a farmer. If he was so brave, why didn't he fight off the Sefuli? He had a wife and 3 children to protect. So he ran away. "He ran away," agreed Bress. "I'll never run from a fight," said Druss. "Then you'll die young," Bress told him. Druss sat up and thought back to the raid. What would he have done if the choice had been to fight the slavers or run with Rowena? His sleep that night was troubled. On the 6th night, he was waked from the still tall, burly figure stepped into his path. It was Tugrin, the former charge hand. Druss had not seen him since the fight. The young axeman scanned the darkness, seeking other assailants, but there were none. "Can we talk?" asked Tugrin. "Why not?" countered Druss. The man took a deep breath. "I need work," he said. "My wife's sick. The children have not eaten in 2 days." Druss looked hard into the man's face, seeing the hurt pride, and instantly sensing that it had cost him to ask for help. "Be on site at dawn," he said, and strolled on. He felt uncomfortable as he made his way home, telling himself he would never have allowed his own dignity to be lost in such a way. But even as he thought the words, a seed of doubt came to him. Mashrupet was a harsh, unforgiving city. A man was valued only so long as he contributed to the general well-being of the community. and how dreadful it must be, he thought, to watch your children starve. It was dark when he arrived at the house. He was tired, but the bone weariness he had experienced for so long had faded. Sabian was not home. Druss lit a lantern and opened the rear door to the garden, allowing the cool sea breeze to penetrate the house. Removing his money pouch, he counted out 24 silver pennies he had earned thus far. 20 was the equivalent of a single rack, and that was 1 month's rent on the property. At this rate, he would never earn enough to settle his debts. Old Thom was right. He could make far more in the sand circle. He recalled his bout with Brochure, the terrible pounding he had received. The memory of the punches he had taken was strong within him, but too was the memory of those that he had thundered into his opponent. He heard the iron gate creak at the far end of the garden, and saw the shadowy figure making his way towards the house. Moonlight glinted from the man's bald pate. He seemed colossal as he strode through the shadowed trees. Druss rose from his seat, his pale eyes narrowing. Brochure halted just before the door. "Well," he asked, "are you going to invite me in?" Druss stepped into the garden. "You can take your beating out here," he hissed. "I've not the money to pay for broken furniture." "You're a cocky lad," said Brochure amiably, stepping into the house and draping his green cloth across the back of the couch. Nonplussed, Druss followed him inside. The man stretched out in a padded chair, crossing his legs and leaning his head back against the high back. "A good chair," he said. "Now how about a drink?" "What do you want to drink?" demanded Druss, fighting to control his rising temper. "A little hospitality, farm boy. I know about you, but where I came from, we normally offer our guests a goblet of wine when he takes the trouble to call." "Where I'm from," responded Druss, "uninvited guests are rarely welcome." "Why such hostility? You won your wager and you fought well. Colin did not take my advice, which was to return your wife, and now he is dead. I had no part in the raid, and I suppose you haven't been looking for me, seeking your revenge." Brochure laughed. "Revenge? For what? You stole nothing from me. You certainly did not beat me, nor could you. You have the strength, but not the skill. If that had been a genuine bout, I would have broken you, boy. Eventually, however, you are quite right. I have been looking for you. Druss sat opposite the giant. "So old Thom told me," he said, "you were seeking to destroy me." Brochure shook his head and grinned. "The drunken fool misunderstood, boy. Now tell me, how old do you think I am?" "What? How in the name of hell should I know?" stormed Druss. "I'm 39 in 2 months, and yes, I could still beat Grassin and probably all the others, but you showed me the mirror of time, Druss. No one lasts forever, not in the sand circle. My day is over. My few minutes with you taught me that. Your day is beginning, but it won't last long unless you learn how to fight." "I need no instruction in that," said Druss. "You think not? Every time you throw your right hand blow, you drop your left shoulder. All your punches travel in a curve, and your strongest defence is your chin, which, though it may appear to be made of granite, is in fact merely bone. Your footwork is adequate, though it could be improved, but your weaknesses are many. Grassin will exploit them. He will wear you down." "That's one opinion," argued Druss. "Don't misunderstand me, lad. You are good. You have heart and great strength, but you also know how you felt after 4 minutes with me. Most bouts last 10 times that long." "Mine won't." Brochure chuckled. "It will with Grassin. Do you let arrogance blind you to the obvious?" "Druss, they say you were a woodsman when you first picked up an axe. Did it strike you that every blow... No, Did it strike with every blow?" "No," admitted the younger man. It is the same with combat. I can teach you many styles of punch, and even more defence. I can show you how to feint and lure the opponent with your blows. Perhaps you can, but why would you? Pride, said Brochure. I don't understand. I'll explain it. After you beat Grassin, I won't be here long enough, said Druss. As soon as a ship bound for Ventria docks in Mashrupa, I shall sail on her. Before the war, such a journey would cost 10 rack. Now, who knows? But in 1 month there will be a small tournament at Visha, with a first prize of 100 rack. The rich have places in Visha. A great deal of money can be made on side wagers. Grassin will be taking part, and several of the other notable figures agreed to let me train you, and I will enter your name in my place. Druss stood and poured a goblet of wine, which he passed to the bald fighter. I have taken employment, and I promised the overseer I would see the work done. It will take a full month. Then I will train you in the evenings. On one condition, said Druss. Name it. The same one I gave the overseer. If a ship bound for Ventria docks and I can get passage, then I will up and go. Agreed. Brochure thrust out his hand. Druss clasped it, and Brochure stood. I'll leave you to your rest. By the way, warn your poet friend that he is taking fruit from the wrong vine. That he is taking fruit from the wrong tree. He is his own man, said Druss. Brochure shrugged. Warn him anyway. I'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 2. Sabian lay awake, staring at the ornate ceiling. Beside him, the woman slept, and he could feel the warmth of her skin against the side of his legs. There was a painting on the ceiling, a haunting scene showing men armed with spears and bows, pursuing a red-maned lion. What kind of a man would have such a composition above the material bed? He thought. Sabian smiled. The First Minister of Mashrupa must have an enormous ego, since wherever he and his wife made love, she would be gazing up at the group of men more handsome than her husband. Rolling to his side, he looked down at the sleeping woman. Her back was turned towards him, her arms thrust under the pillow, her legs drawn up. Her hair was dark, almost black against the creamy white of the pillow. He could not see her face, but he pictured again the full lips and the long, beautiful neck. When first he had seen her, she was standing beside Mapek in the marketplace. The minister was surrounded by underlings and his sycophants. Evjorda looked bored and out of place. Sabian had stood very still, waiting for her eyes to glance in his direction. When they did, he sent her a smile, one of his best, a swift flashing grin that said, I'm bored too. I understand you. I'm a linked soul. She raised an eyebrow at him, signifying her distaste for his impertinence, and then turned away. He waited, knowing she would look again. She moved to a nearby stall and began to examine a set of ceramic bowls. He angled himself through the crowd, and she looked up, startled to see him so close. Good morning, my lady, he said. She ignored him. You are very beautiful. And you are presumptuous, sir. Her voice had a northern burr, which he normally found irritating. Not so now. Beauty demands persuasion, just as it demands adoration. You are very sure of yourself, she said, moving in close to disconcert him. She was wearing a simple gown of radiant blue and a Lentrian shawl of white silk, but it was her perfume that filled his senses, a rich scented musk he recognised as Mosurshi, a Ventrian import costing 5 gold rack an ounce. Are you happy? He asked her. What a ridiculous question. Who could answer it? Someone who is happy, he told her. She smiled. And you, sir, are you happy? I am now. I think you are an accomplished womanizer, and there is no truth to your words. Then judge me by my deeds, my lady. My name is Sabian, he whispered, and the address of the house he stayed with Druss, and then taking her hand, he kissed it. Her messenger arrived at the house 2 days later. She moved in her sleep. Sabian's hand slid under the satin sheet, cupping her breast. At first she did not stir, but he gently continued to caress her skin, squeezing her nipples until it swelled erect. She moaned and stretched. Do you never sleep? She asked him. He did not reply. Later, as Evgordius slept again, he lay silently beside her, his passion gone, his thoughts sorrowful. She was without doubt the most beautiful woman he had ever enjoyed. She was bright, intelligent, dynamic, and full of passion, and he was bored. As a poet, he had sung of love. He never knew it. He envied those lovers of legend who looked into each other's eyes and saw eternity beckoning. He sighed and slipped from the bed, dressing swiftly and leaving the room, padding softly down the back stairs to the garden before pulling on his boots. The servants were not yet awake, and dawn was only just breaking in the eastern sky. A cockerel crowed in the distance. Sabian walked through the garden and out onto the avenue beyond, and as he walked he could smell the fresh bread baking, and he stopped at the bakery to buy some cheese bread, which he ate as he strolled home. Druss was not there, and he remembered the labouring work the young man had undertaken. God, how could a man spend his days digging in dirt, he wondered. Moving through to the kitchen, he stoked up the iron stove and set a copper pan filled with water atop it. Making a tisane of mint and herbs, he stirred the brew and carried it to the main sitting room, where he found Shadak asleep on the couch. The hunter's black jerkin and throws were travel-stained, his boots encrusted with mud. He awoke as Sabian entered, and swung his long legs from the couch. I was wondering where you were, said Shadak, yawning. I arrived last night. I stayed with a friend, said Sabian, sitting opposite the hunter, and sipped his tisane. Shadak nodded. Mapek is due in Mashlupa later today. He cut short his visit to Vajdia. Why would that concern me? I'm sure that it does not, but now you know it anyway. Did you come to give me a sermon, Shadak? I do not look like a priest. I came to see Druss, but when I got here he was in the garden, sparring with a bald giant. From the way he moved, I concluded his wounds are healed. Only the physical wounds, said Sabian. I know, responded the hunter. I spoke to him. He still intends to sail for Ventria. Will you go with him? Sabian laughed. Why should I? I don't know his wife. Gods, I hardly know him. It might be good for you, poet. The sea air, you mean? You know what I mean, said Shadak gravely. You have chosen to make an enemy of one of the most powerful men in Mashlupa. His enemies die, Sabian. Poison, or a blade, or a knotted rope around the throat as you sleep. It's my business. Is my business known all over the city? Of course. There are 30 servants in his house. You think to keep secret from them while her ecstatic cries reverberate around the building in the middle of the afternoon or the morning or in the dead of night. Of course, there are 30 servants in that house. You think to keep secret from them while her ecstatic cries reverberate around the building in the middle of the afternoon or the morning or in the dead of the night, or indeed all three, said Sabian, smiling. I see no humour in this, snapped Shadak. You are no more than a rutting dog, and you will undoubtedly ruin her life as you have ruined others. Yes, I would sooner you lived than died, only the gods know why. Yet I would sooner you lived than died, only the gods know why. I gave her a little pleasure, that's all, which is more than that dry stick of a husband could do, but I will think on your advice. Do not think too long. When my pet returns, he will soon find out about his wife's little pleasure. Do not be surprised if he has you killed also. Sabian paled. He wouldn't. He is a proud man, poet, and you have made a profound error. If he touches her, I'll kill him. Ah, now, noble, the dog bears its fangs. You should never have wooed her. You do not even have the defence of being in love. You merely wanted to rut. Is that not what love is? Countered Sabian. For you, yes. Shadak shook his head. I don't believe you'll ever understand it, Sabian. To love means giving, not receiving, sharing your soul. But this argument is wasted on you, like teaching algebra to a chicken. Oh, please, don't try to spare my feelings. What pretty words, just come right out with it. Shadak rose. Bodison is hiring warriors, mercenaries, to fight in the Ventrian War. He has chartered a ship which will sail in 12 days. Lie now until then, and do not seek to see Everjorda again. Not if you want her to live. The hunter moved towards the door, but Sabian called out, You don't think very highly of me, do you? Shadak half turned. I think more of you than you think of yourself. I'm too tired for riddles. You can't forget Golgotha. Sabian jerked as if struck, then lunged to his feet. That is all past. It means nothing to me. You understand nothing. If you say so, I'll see you in 12 days. The ship is called the Thunderchild. She will sail from Key 12. I may be on it, I may not. A man always has two choices, my friend. No, 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 roared Brochure. You are still thrusting out your chin and leading with your head. Stepping back from his opponent, Brochure swept up a towel and wiped the sweat from his face and head. Try to understand, Druss, that if Grassin gets the opportunity, he will take out one or both of your eyes. He will step in close as you charge and will strike you with a sudden thrust in his thumb like a dagger. Let's go again, said Druss. No, you are too angry, and it swamps your thoughts. Come and sit for a while. The light is fading. Druss pointed out. Then let it fade. You are 4 days from the competition. 4 days, Druss. In that time you must learn to control your temper. Winning is everything. It means nothing if your opponent sneers at you, or mocks you, or claims your mother sold herself to sailors. You understand? These insults are merely weapons in a fighter's armoury. You will be goaded, because every fighter knows that his enemy's rage is his greatest weakness. I can control it, snapped Druss. A few moments ago you were fighting well. Your balance was good, your punches crisp. Then I slapped you with a straight left, then another. The blows were too fast for your defences, and they began to irritate you. Then the curve came back to your punches, and you exposed your chin and face. Druss sat beside the fighter and nodded. You were right, but I do not like this sparring, this holding back. It does not feel real. It isn't real, my friend, but it prepares the body for genuine combat. He slapped the younger man on the shoulder. Do not despair, you are almost ready. I think your digging in the dirt has brought back your strength. How is it at the clearing site? We finished today, said Druss. Tomorrow the stonemasons and builders will move in. On time. The overseer must have been pleased. I know I am. Why should it please you? I own 1/3 of the land. The value will rise sharply when the houses are completed. The bold fighter chuckled. Were you happy with your bonus? Was that your doing? Said Druss suspiciously. It is standard practice, Druss. The overseer receives 50 rack for completing within the time allocated. The charge hand is usually offered 1/10 of that sum. He gave me 10 rack in gold. Well, you must have impressed him. He asked me to stay on as supervisor and supervise the digging of the footings, but you declined. Yes, there is a ship bound for Ventria. I told him my assistant Torgrin could take my place. He agreed. Brochure was silent for a moment. He knew Druss's fight with Torgrin on the first day, and how he had welcomed the defeated charge hand back onto the site, training him and giving him responsibility, and the overseer had told him at their progress meeting how well the men responded to Druss. He is a natural leader who inspires by example. No work is too menial, nor too hard. He's a real fine Brochure. I intend to promote him. There is a new site planned in the north, with difficult terrain. I shall make him overseer. He won't take it. Of course he will. He could become rich. Brochure pulled his thoughts back to the present. You know you may never find her, he said softly. Druss shook his head. I will find her, Brochure, if I have to walk across Ventria and search every house. You're a woodsman, Druss, so answer me this. If I marked a single fallen leaf in a forest, would you begin to search for it? I hear you, but it is not that difficult. I know who bought her. Kabuchek. He is a rich man, an important man, and I will find him. Reaching behind the bench seat, Druss drew forth Snaga. This is my grandfather's axe, he said. He was an evil man, they say, but when he was young, a great army came out of the north, led by a Gothic king named Pasai. Everywhere there was panic. How could the Drania stand against such an army? Towns emptied. People piled their possessions onto carts, wagons, coaches, and the back of horses, ponies. Barden, my grandfather, led a small raiding party deep into the mountains, to where the enemy was encamped. He and 20 men walked into their camp, found the king's tent, and slew him in the night. In the morning, they found Passia's head stuck atop a lance. The army went home. An interesting story, and one I have heard before, said Brochure. What do you think we learned from it? There is nothing a man cannot achieve if he has the will, the strength, and the courage to attempt it, answered Druss. Brochure rose and stretched his massive shoulders and stretched the massive muscles of his shoulders back. Then let's see if it's true, he said with a smile. Let's see if you have the will and the strength and the courage to keep your chin tucked in. Druss chuckled and placed the axe beside the seat as he stood. I like you, Brochure. How in the name of chaos did you ever come to serve a man like Colin? He had a good side, Druss. He did? Aye, he paid well, and as he spoke his hand sneaked out, the open palm lashing across Druss's cheek. The younger man snarled and leapt to him, but Brochure swayed left, his fist glancing from Druss's cheek. The chin, you ox, keep it in, he bellowed. I was hoping for men with more quality, said Bodison, as he scanned the crowds milling in the celebration field. Brochure chuckled. Do not be misled by appearances. Some of these men are quality. It really depends on what you are seeking. Bodison stared moodily at the rabble. Some in rags, most filthy. More than 200 had assembled so far, and a quick glance at the gate showed others moving along the access road. I think we have different views on what constitutes quality, he said gloomily. Look over there, said Brochure, pointing to a man sitting on a fence rail. That is Escodas and the bowman. He can hit a mark no larger than your thumbnail at 50 paces. A man to walk the mountains with, as they say in my home country. and there the swordsman Kelver, fearless and highly skilled, a natural killer. But do you understand the concept of honour? Brocio's laughter rang out. You have listened to too many tales of glory and wonder, my friend. These men are fighters. They fight for pay. Boderson sighed. I am trapped on this. The blemish of a city. My emperor is beset on all sides by a terrible enemy, and I cannot join him. No ship will sail unless it is manned by seasoned troops, and I must choose from them among the gutter scum of Masrupa. I had hoped for more. Choose wisely, and they may yet surprise you, advised Brochure. Let us see the archers first, Boderson ordered. For more than an hour, Boderson watched the bowmen sending their shafts at targets stuffed with straw. When they had finished, he selected 5 men, the youthful Escudos among them. Each man was given a single gold rack and told to report to the Thunderchild at dawn on the day of departure. The swordsmen were more difficult to judge. At first he ordered them to fence with one another, but the warriors set about their task with mindless ferocity, and soon several men were down with cuts, gashes, and one with a smashed collarbone. Boderson called to a halt the proceedings, and with Brochure's help chose 10. The injured men were each given 5 silver pieces. The day wore on, and by noon Boderson had chosen 30 of the 50 men who required to man the Thunderchild. Dismissing the remainder of the would-be mercenaries, he strode from the field with Brochure beside him. Will you leave a place for Druss? Asked the fighter. No, I will have room only for the men who fight for Ventria. His quest is a personal one. According to Shadrach, he is the best fighting man in the city. I am not the best disposed towards Shadrach. Were it not for him, the pirates would be fighting the Ventrian cause. Sweet heaven, snorted Brochure. How can you believe that? Colin would merely have taken your money and given nothing in return. He gave me his word, said Boderson. How on earth did you Ventrians ever build an empire? Inquired Brochure. Colin was a liar, a thief, and a raider. Why would you believe him? Did he not tell you he was going to give back Druss's wife? Did he not lie to you in order for you to lure Druss into the trap? What kind of man did you believe you were dealing with? A nobleman, snapped Boderson. Well, obviously I was wrong. Indeed you were. You have just paid a gold rack to Escudos, the son of a great breeder and a Lantrian whore. His father was hanged for stealing 2 horses, and his mother abandoned him. He was raised in an orphanage run by source priests. Is there some point to this sordid tale? Asked the Ventrian. Aye, there is. Escudos will fight to the death for you. He'll not run. Ask him his opinion, and he'll give you an honest answer. Hand him a bag of diamonds, and tell him to deliver them to a man 1,000 leagues distant, and he will do so, and never once will he consider stealing a single gem. So I should hope, observed Boderson. I would expect no less from a Ventrian servant I employed. Why do you make honesty sound like a grand virtue? I have known rocks with more common sense than you, said Brochure, struggling to hold his temper. Boderson chuckled. Aye, the ways of you barbarians are mystifying. But you are quite right about Druss. I was instrumental in causing his grievous wounds. Therefore I shall leave a place for him on the Thunderchild. Now let us find somewhere that serves good food and passable wine. Shadrach, Sabian and Brochure stood with Druss on the quayside as dock workers moved by them, climbing the gangplank and carrying the last of the ship's stores to the single deck. The Thunderchild was riding low in the water, her deck crammed with mercenaries who leaned on the rail, waving goodbyes to the women who thronged the quay. Most were whores, but there were a few wives with small children, and many were the tears. Shadrach grinned. Shadrach gripped Druss's hand. "I wish you a fair sailing, laddie," the hunter told him. "I hope the source leads you to Rowena." He will," said Druss. The axeman's eyes were swollen, his lids discoloured, a mixture of dull yellow and faded purple, and there was a lump under his left eye, where the skin was split and badly stitched. Shadrach grinned at him. "It was a good fight. Grassin will long remember it." "And me," grunted Druss. Shadrach nodded, and his smile faded. "You are a rare man, Druss. Try not to change. Remember the code." "I will," promised Druss. The two men shook hands again, and Shadrach strolled away. "What code?" Sabian asked. Druss watched as the black-garbed hunter vanished into the crowd. "He once told me that all true warriors live by a code. Never violate a woman, nor harm a child. Do not lie, cheat, or steal. These are for lesser men. Protect the weak against the evil strong, and never allow thoughts of gain to lead you into the pursuit of evil." "Very true, I'm so sure," said Sabian, with a dry, mocking laugh. "Ah, well, Druss, I can hear the call of the flesh pots and the taverns, and with money I won on you, I can live like a lord for several months." He thrust out his slender hand, and Druss clasped it. "Spend your money wisely," he advised. "I shall, on women and wine and gambling." Laughing, he swung away. Druss turned to Brosher. I thank you for training and your kindness." The time was well spent. It was gratifying to see Grassin humbled, but he still almost took out your eye. "I don't think you'll ever learn to keep that chin protected." "Hey, Druss, are you coming aboard?" yelled Bodison from the deck, and Druss waved. "I'm on my way," he shouted. The two men clasped hands in a warrior's grip, wrist to wrist. "I hope we will meet again," said Druss. "Who can say what the fates will decree?" Druss hefted his axe and turned from the gangplank. "Tell me now why you helped me," he asked suddenly. Brosher shrugged. "You frightened me, Druss. I wanted to see just how good you can be. Now I know. You could be the best. It makes what you did to me more palatable. Tell me, how does it feel to leave as champion?" Druss chuckled. "It hurts," he said, rubbing his swollen jaw. "Move yourself, dog-face," yelled the warrior, leaning over to the rail. The axeman glanced up from the speaker, then turned back to Brosher. "Be lucky, my friend," he said, then strode up the gangplank. With the ropes loosed, the Thunderchild eased away from the quayside. Warriors were lounging on the deck and leaning over the rail, waving goodbyes to friends and loved ones. Just found a space by the port rail and sat laying his axe on the deck beside him. Bodison was standing beside the mate at the tiller. He waved and smiled at the axeman. Druss leaned back, feeling curiously at peace. The months trapped in Masrupa had been hard on the young man. He pictured Rowena. "I'm coming for you," he whispered. Sabian strolled away from the quay and off into the maze of alleys leading to the park, ignoring the whores who pressed close around him. His thoughts were many. There was sadness at the departure of Druss. He had come to like the young axeman. There were no hidden sides to him, no cunning, no guile. As much as he laughed at the axeman's rigid mortality, he secretly admired the strength that gave birth to it. Druss had even sought out the surgeon Calvacin and settled his debt. Sabian had gone with him and would long remember the surprise that registered on the young doctor's face. But Ventria, Sabian had no wish to visit a land torn by war. He thought of Everjorda, and regret washed over him. He'd like to have seen her just one more time, to have felt those slim thighs sliding up over his hips. But Shaddock was right. It was too dangerous for both of them. Sabian turned left and started to climb the 100 steps to the park gateway. Shaddock was wrong about Golgotha. He remembered the filthy strewn sweets, the limbless beggars and cries of the dispossessed. The limbless beggars and the cries of the dispossessed. But he remembered them without bitterness. And was it his fault that his father had made such a fool of himself with the Duchess? Anger flared briefly. Stupid fool, he thought. Stupid man. He had stripped him first of his wealth, then his dignity, then finally his manhood. They called her the Vampire Queen, and it was a good description, save that she didn't drink blood. No, she drank the very life force from a man, sucking him dry, and left him thanking her for doing it, begging her to do it again. Sabian's father had been thrown aside, a useless husk, an empty discarded shell of a man, while Sabian and his mother had almost starved. His father was sitting like a beggar outside the home of the Duchess. He sat there for a month, and finally cut his own throat with a rusty blade. Stupid man. But I am not stupid, thought Sabian, as he climbed the steps. I am not like my father. He glanced up to see two men walking down the steps towards him. They wore long cloaks that were drawn tightly across their bodies. Sabian pushed in his climb. It was a hot morning, so why should they be dressed in such manner? Hearing a sound, he turned to see another man climbing behind him. He also wore a long cloak. Fear flared suddenly in the poet's heart, and spinning on his heels, he descended towards the single man. As he neared the climber, the cloak flashed open. A long knife appeared in the man's hands. Sabian leapt feet first, his right boot cracking the man's chin and sending him tumbling down the steps. Sabian landed heavily, but rose swiftly and began to run, taking 3 steps at a time. He could hear the men behind him running. Reaching the bottom, he set off through the alleyways, a hunting horn sounding, and a tall warrior leapt into his path with a sword in hand. Sabian, at full run, turned his shoulder into the man, barging him aside. He swerved right, then left. A knife sliced past his head and clattered against the wall. Increasing his speed, he raced across a small square and into a side street. He could see the docks ahead, and it was more crowded here as he pushed his way through. Several men shouted abuse, and a young woman fell beside him. He glanced back. There were at least half a dozen pursuers. Close to panic now, he emerged on the quay. To his left, he saw a group of men emerge from a side street. They were all carrying weapons, and Sabian swore. The Thunder Child was slipping away from the quayside as Sabian ran across the cobbles and launched himself through the air, reaching out to grip at a tailing rope. His fingers curled around it, and his body cracked against the ship's timbers. Almost losing his grip, he clung to the rope. A knife thudded into the wood beside his head. Fear gave him strength, and he began to climb. A familiar face loomed above him, and Druss leaned over, grabbing him by his shirt and hauling him onto the deck. "Changed your mind, I see," said the axeman. Sabian gave a weak smile and glanced back to the quay. There were at least a dozen armed men there now. "I thought the sea air would be good for me," said Sabian. The captain, a bearded man in his 50s, pushed his way through to them. "What's going on?" he said. "I can only carry 50 men. That's the limit." "He doesn't weigh much," said Druss good-naturedly. Another man stepped forward. He was tall and broad-shouldered and wore a dented breastplate. 2 short swords and a baldric boasted 4 knives. "First you keep us waiting, Dogface, and now you bring your boyfriend aboard." "Well, Kevlar, The swordman won't sail with the likes of you." "Then don't," said Druss. His left hand sneaked out, his fingers locked to the man's throat, his right slamming home into the warrior's groin. With one surging heave, Druss lifted the struggling man into the air and tossed him over the side. He hit a great splash and came up struggling under the weight of his armour. The Thunder Child pulled away, and Druss turned to the captain. "Now we have 50 again," he said with a smile. "Can't argue with that," the captain agreed. He swung to the sailors standing by the mast. "Let loose the mainsail," he bellowed. Sabian walked to the rail and saw the people at the quayside had thrown a rope to the struggling warrior in the water. "He might have friends aboard the ship," observed the poet. "They're welcome to join him," answered Druss. Chapter 3. Each morning, Escudos paced the deck, moving along the port rail all the way to the prow, and then back along the starboard rail. Rising the steps to the tiller deck at the stern, where either the captain or the first mate would be standing alongside the curved oak tiller. The bowmen feared the sea, gazing their undisguised dread at the roaring waves and feeling of awesome power that lifted the ship like a piece of driftwood. On the first morning of the voyage, Escudos had climbed into the tiller deck and approached the captain, Miller's bar. No passengers up here," said the captain sternly. "I have good questions, sir," Escudos told him politely. Miller's bar looped a hemp rope over the tiller arm, securing it. "About what?" he asked. "I have a question, sir." "About what?" he asked. "The boat." "Ship," snapped Millers. "Yes, the ship. Forgive me. I am not versed in nautical terms." "She's seaworthy," said Millers. 350 feet of seasoned timber. She leaks no more than a man can sweat, and she'll ride any storm the gods can throw our way. She's sleek, she's fast. What else do you need to know?" "You talk of the ship as a woman." "Better than any woman I ever knew," said Millers, grinning. She's never let me down." "She seems so small against the immensity of the ocean," observed Escudos. "We are all small against the ocean, but, lad, there are few storms at this time of year. Our danger is pirates, and that's why you are here." He stared at the young bowman, his grey eyes narrowing under heavy brows. "If you don't mind me saying so, lad, you seem a little out of place among these killers and villains." "I don't object to you saying it, sir," Escudos told him. "They might object to hearing it, however. Thank you for your time and your courtesy." The bowman climbed down from the main deck. Men were lounging everywhere, some dicing, others talking. By the port rail, several others were engaged in arm-wrestling tourney. Escudos moved through them towards the prow. The sun was bright in the blue sky, and there was a good flowing breeze. Gulls circled above the ship, and to the north he could just make out the coast of Lentria. At the distance, the land seemed misty and unreal, a place of gods and legends. There were 2 men sitting by the prow. One was a sling man who had boarded the ship so spectacularly. Blond and handsome, long hair held in place by a silver headband, his clothes were expensive, a pale blue shirt of fine silk, dark blue leggings of lamb's wool, seamed with soft leather. The other man was huge. He had lifted Kelva as if the warrior weighed no more than a few ounces, and hurled him into the sea like a spear. Escudos approached them. The giant was younger than he had first thought, but the beginnings of the dark beard gave him a look of somewhat older. Escudos met his gaze, cold blue eyes, flint hard and unwelcoming. The bowman smiled. Good morning, he said. The giant grunted something, but the blonde dainty rose and The giant grumbled something, but the blonde dandy rose and extended his hand. Hello there, my name is Sabian. This is Druss. Ah, yes, he defeated Grassin in the tournament. Broke his jaw, I believe. In several places, said Sabian. I am Escudus. The bowman sat down on a coiled rope and leaned his back against the cloth-bound bale. Closing his eyes, he felt the sun warm on his face, the silence lasting for several moments. Then the two men resumed their conversation. Escudus didn't listen too intently, and something about a woman and assassins. He thought of the journey ahead. He had never seen Ventria, which, according to storybooks, was a land of fabled wealth, dragons, centaurs, and many a wild beast. He tended to disbelieve the part about the dragons. He was widely travelled, and in every country there were stories of them, but never had Escudos seen one. In Chatsi there was a museum where the bones of a dragon had been reassembled. The skeleton was colossal, but it had no wings, and its neck was at least 8 feet high. No fire could have issued from such a throat, he thought. But dragons or not, Escudus looked forward with real pleasure to seeing Ventria. You don't say much, do you? Observed Sabian. Escudus opened his eyes wide and smiled. When I have something to say, I will speak, he said. You'll never get a chance, grunted Druss. Sabian talks enough for 10 men. Escudus smiled pointedly. You are a saga master, he said. Yes, how gratifying to be recognised. I saw you in Court Swain. You gave a performance of the Song of Karnak. It was very good. I particularly enjoyed the tale of Dross Pordal and the siege, though I was less impressed by the arrival of the gods of war and the mysterious princess with the power to hurl lightning. Dramatic license, said Sabian, with a taunt smile. The courage of men needs no such license, said Escudus. It lessens the heroism of the defenders to suggest that they had divine help. It was not a history lesson, Sabian pointed out, his smile fading. It's a poem, a song. The arrival of the gods was merely an artistic device to highlight that courage will sometimes bring about good fortune. Said Escudus, leaning back and closing his eyes. What does that mean? Demanded Sabian. Are you disagreeing? Escudus sighed. It is not my wish to provoke an argument, Sir Poet, but I think the device was a poor one. You maintain it was inserted to supply dramatic effect, that there is no point in further discussion. I have no desire to increase your anger. I'm not angry, damn you, stormed Sabian. He doesn't take well to criticism, said Druss. That's very droll, snapped Sabian, coming as it does from the man who tossed shipmate over the side at his first angry word. Now, why was it a poor device? Escudus leaned forward. I have been in many sieges. The point of greatest courage comes at the end, when all seems lost. This is when weak men break and run, or beg for their lives. You had the gods arrive just before that moment. They offered divine assistance to thwart the Vagrians. Therefore the true climatic moment was lost, for as soon as the gods appeared, we knew victory was assured. I would have lost some of my best lines, especially the end, where the warriors wondered if they will ever see the gods again. Yes, I remember. The eldritch rhymes, the wizard's spells, the ringing of sweet elves' bells. That one. Precisely. I prefer the grit and reality of your earlier pieces. But come the days when youth was worn away, and locks once tough as steel and fire proved both ephemeral and unreal, against the onslaught of the years. How wrong are the young to believe in secrets of enchanted woods. He lapsed into silence. Do you know all my work? Asked Sabian, clearly astonished. Escudus smiled. After you performed at Courtswain, I sought out your books and poetry. There were 5, I think. I have 2 still, the earliest works. I am at a loss for words. That'll be the day, grunted Druss. Oh, be quiet. At least we meet a man of man of discriminant. At last we meet a man of discernment on a ship full of rascals. Oh, be quiet. At last we meet a man of discernment on a ship full of rascals. Perhaps this voyage will not be so dreadful. So tell me, Escudus, what would you sign up for, Ventria? I like killing people, answered Escudus. Just laughter bellowed out. Ha 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 ha. For the first few days, the novelty of being at sea kept most of the mercenaries amused. They sat up on the decks during daylight hours, playing dice and telling stories. At night they slept under a tarpaulin, which was looped and tied to the port and starboard rails. Druss was fascinated by the sea and the seemingly endless horizons. Berthed at Masrupa, the Thunderchild had looked colossal, unsinkable, but here on the open sea she seemed fragile as a flower stem in a river torrent. Sabian had grown bored with the voyage very swiftly. Not so Druss. The singing of the wind, the plunging and rising of the ship, the calls of the gulls high above, all these fired the young axeman's blood. One morning he climbed the rigging to the giant crossbeam that held the mainsail. Sitting astride it, he could see no sign of land, only the endless blue of the sea. A sailor walked along the beam towards him, barefooted and using no handholds. He stood in delicate balance, with hands on hips, and looked down at Druss. No passengers should be up here, he said. Druss grinned at the young man. How can you just stand there, as if you were on a wide road? A puff of breeze could blow you away. Like this? Asked the sailor, stepping from the beam. He twisted in mid-air, his hands fastening to the sail rope. For a moment he hung there, then lively pulled himself up alongside the axeman. Very good, said Druss. His eyes were caught by a silver-blue flash in the water below, and the sailor chuckled. The gods of the sea, he told the passenger. Dolphins. If they are in the mood, you should see some wonderful sights. A gleaming shape rose out of the water, spanning the air before entering the sea again, with scarcely a splash. Druss clambered down the rigging, determined to get a closer look at the sleek and beautiful animals performing in the water. High-pitched cries echoed above the ship, and the creatures bobbed their heads above the surface. Suddenly, an arrow sped from the ship, plunging into one of the dolphins as it soared out of the water. Within an instant the creature had disappeared. Druss glared at the archer, while other men shouted at him, their anger suddenly, their mood ugly. It was just a fish, said the archer. Miller's bar pushed his way through the crowd. You fool, he said, his face almost grey beneath his tan. They are the gods of the sea. They come for us to pay homage. Sometimes they will even lead us through treacherous waters. Why did you have to shoot? It was a good target, said the man. And why not? It was my choice. Aye, it was, lad, Millers told him. But if our luck turns bad now, it will be my choice to cut out your innards and feed them to the sharks. The blurry skipper stalked back to the tiller deck. The earlier good mood had evaporated now, and the men drifted back to their pursuits with little pleasure. Sabian approached Druss. "By the gods, they were wondrous," said the poet. "According to legend, Astar's chariot is drawn by 6 white dolphins." Druss sighed. "Who would have thought that anyone would consider killing one of them? Do they make good food? Do you know?" "No," said Sabian. "In the north they sometimes become entangled in the nets and drown. I have known men who cook the meat. They say it tastes foul, and it's impossible to digest." "Even worse then," Druss grunted. "It is no different from any other kind of hunting for sport, Druss. It's not a doe as beautiful as a dolphin. You can eat a doe. Venison is fine meat. But most of them don't hunt for food, do they? Not the nobles. They hunt for pleasure. They enjoy the chase, the terror of the prey, the final moment of the kill. Do not blame this man alone for his stupidity. He comes, as do we all, from a cruel world." Escudus joined them. "Not very inspiring," he said the bowman. "Who? The man who shot the fish? We were just talking about it." I don't know you understood. I didn't know you understood the skills of archery," said Escudus surprisingly. "Archery? What are you talking about?" The bowman, he drew and loosed in a single movement, no hesitation. It is vital to pause the sight on your target. He was over anxious for the kill. "But that as it may," said Sabian, his irritation rising, "we were talking about the morality of hunting." "Man is a killer by nature," said Escudus amiably. "A natural hunter, like him there." Sabian and Druss both turned to see a silver-white fin cutting through the water. "That's a shark," he said. "He scented the blood from the wounded dolphin. Now he'll hunt him down, following the trail as well as a Cthulhu scout." Druss leaned over the side and watched the shimmering form slide by. "Big fellow," he said. "They come bigger than that," said Escudus. "I was on a ship once that sank in the storm off the Lentrian coast. 40 of us survived the wreck and struck out for shore. Then the sharks arrived. Only 3 of us made it, and one of those had his right leg ripped away. He died 3 days later." "A storm, you say?" ventured Druss. "Aye, like this one," asked Druss, pointing to the east, where massive dark clouds were bunching. A flash of lightning speared across the sky, followed by a tremendous roll of thunder. "Yes, like that. Let's hope it's not blowing our way." Within minutes, the sky darkened, the sea surging and rising. The thunder child rolled and rose on the crests of giant waves, sliding into ever larger valleys of water. Then the rain began, faster and faster, icy needles that came from the sky like arrows. Crouching by the rail, Sabian glanced to where the unfortunate archer was huddled. The man who had shot the dolphin was alone, holding fast to the rope, lightning flashing above the ship. "I would say our luck changed," observed Sabian. But neither Druss nor Escudus could hear him above the screaming of the winds. Escudus hooked his arm around the port rail and clung as the storm raged. A huge wave crashed over the side of the ship, dislodging several men from their precious holds on ropes and bales, sweeping across the deck to crash into the dipping starboard rail. A post cracked, but no one heard it above the ominous roll of thunder booming from the night dark sky. The Thunder Child rode high on the crest of an enormous wave, then slid down into the valley of raging water. A sailor carrying a coiled rope ran along the deck trying to reach the warriors at the starboard rail. A second wave crashed over him, hurling him into the struggling men. A port rail gave way, and within the space of a heartbeat, some 20 men were swept from the deck, The ship reared like a fragrant horse. The ship reared like a frightened horse. Escudus felt his grip on the rail post weaken. He tried to readjust his hold, but the ship lurched again. Torn from his position of relative safety, he slid headlong towards the yawning gape in the starboard rail. A huge hand clamped down around his ankles. Then he was hauled back. The axeman grinned at him, then handed him a length of rope. Swiftly, Escudus slipped it around his waist, fastening the other end to the mast. He glanced at Druss. The big man was enjoying the storm. Secure now, Escudus scanned the deck. The poet was clinging to a section of starboard rail that seemed none too secure, and high on the tiller deck the bowman could see Miller Spar wrestling with the tiller, trying to keep the Thunderchild ahead of the storm. Another massive wave swept over the deck, the starboard rail cracking, and Sabian slid over the edge of the deck. Druss untied his rope and rose. Escudus shouted at him, but the axeman either did not hear or ignored him. Just ran across the heaving deck, fell once, then righted himself until he came alongside the shattered rail. Dropping to his knees, Druss leaned over, dragging Sabian back to the deck. Just behind them, the man who had shot the dolphin was reaching for a rope with which to tie himself to the hauling ring set in the deck. The ship reared once more. The man tumbled to the deck, then slid on his back, canoeing into Druss, who fell heavily. Still holding Sabian with one hand, the axeman tried to reach the doomed archer, but the man vanished into the raging sea. Almost at that instant, the sun appeared through broken clouds, and the rain lessened. The sea settled. Druss rose and gazed into the water. Escudus untied the rope that held him to the mast and stood, his legs unsteady. He walked to where Druss stood with Sabian. The poet's face was white with shock. "I'll never sail again," he said. "Never." Escudus thrust out his hand. "Thank you, Druss. You saved my life." The axeman chuckled. "Had to, laddie. You're the only one on the boat who can leave our saga master speechless." Bodison appeared from the tiller deck. That was a reckless move, my friend," he told Druss. "But it was well done. I like to see bravery in the men who fight alongside me." As the Ventrian moved on, counting the men who were left, Escudus shivered. "I think we lost nearly 30 men," he said. 37, said Druss. Sabian crawled back to the edge of the dock and vomited into the sea. "Make that 37.5, Escudus added. Chapter 4. The young emperor climbed down from the battlement walls and strode along the quayside, his staff offers following. His aide, Nabushad, beside him. "He could hold for months, lord," said Nabushad, squinting his eyes against the glare of the emperor's gilded breastplate. "The walls are thick and high, and catapults will prevent any attempt to storm the harbour mouth from the sea." Gorban shook his head. "The walls will not protect us," he told the young man. "We have fewer than 3,000 men here. The Nashonites have 20 times that number. Have you ever seen tiger ants attack a scorpion?" "Yes, lord." "They swarm all over it. Now, that's how an enemy will storm Capillis." "We will fight to the death," promised the officer. Gorban halted and turned. "I know that," he said, and his dark eyes angry now. "But dying will not bring us victory. Will it, Jassu?" "No, lord." Gorban strode on, along nearly empty seats, past boarding, deserted shops and empty taverns. At last he reached the entrance to the magistrates' hall. The city elders had long since departed, and the ancient buildings had become the headquarters of the Capillis militia. Gorban entered the hallway and stalked to his chambers, waving along his officers and the two servants who ran towards him, one bearing wine in a golden goblet, the second carrying a towel soaked with warm scented water. Once inside, the young emperor kicked off his boots and hauled his white cloak across a nearby chair. There was one large window facing east, and before it was a desk of oak upon where laid many maps. The reports from scouts and spies. Gorban sat down and stared at the largest map. It was of the Ventrian Empire, and it had been commissioned by his father 6 years ago. He smoothed out the hide and gazed with undisguised fury at the map. 2/3 of the empire had been overrun. Leaning back in his chair, he remembered the places at Nassau where he had been born and raised, built on a hill overlooking a verdant valley, and a glistening city of white marble. A palace had taken 12 years to construct, and at one time more than 8,000 workers had laboured on the task, bringing in blocks of granite and marble, the towering trunks of cedar, oak and elm to be fashioned by the royal masons and carpenters. Nassau, the first of the cities to fall. By all the gods of hell, Father, I curse thee, hissed Gorban. His father had reduced the size of the national army, relying on the wealth and power of his satraps to protect the borders. But 4 of the 9 satraps had betrayed him, opening the path for the Nationalites to invade. His father had gathered an army to confront them, but his military skills were non-existent. He had fought bravely, so Gorban had been informed, but then they would say that to the new emperor. The new emperor, Gorban, rose now and walked to the silvered mirror on the far wall. What he saw was a young handsome man with dark hair that gleamed of scented oils, and deep-set dark eyes. It was a strong face, but was it the face of an emperor? Can you overcome an enemy? He asked himself silently, aware that any spoken word could be heard by servants and repeated. The gilded breastplate had been worn by warrior emperors for 200 years, and the cloak of purple was a mark of ultimate royalty. But there was merely adornment. What mattered was the man who wore them. Are you man enough? He gazed hard at his reflection, taking in the broad shoulders and the narrow waist, the muscular legs and powerful arms. But those too were merely adornments, he knew. The cloak of the soul. Are you man enough? The thought haunted him, and he returned to his studies, leaning forward with his eyebrows on the table. Gorban stared down at the map once more. Scrawled across in the charcoal was the new lines of defence. Capilis to the west, Larian and Ectanis to the east. Gorban hurled the map aside. Beneath it lay a second map of the port city of Capilis. 4 gates, 16 towers and a single wall which stretched from the sea in the south to the curving half-circle to the cliffs in the north. 2 miles of wall, 40 feet high, guarded by 3,000 men, many of them raw recruits with no shields nor breastplates. Rising, Gorban moved to the window at the balcony beyond. The harbour and the open sea met his gaze. Ah, Bodison, my brother, what are you? He whispered. The sea seemed so peaceful under the clear blue sky, and the young emperor sank into a padded seat and lifted his feet to rest on the balcony rail. On this warm, tranquil day, it seemed inconceivable that so much death and destruction had been visited upon the empire in such a short time. He closed his eyes and recalled the summit banquet at Nassau last year. His father had been celebrating his 44th birthday and the 17th anniversary of his ascension to the throne. The banquet had lasted 8 days, and there had been circuses, plays, nightly combat, displays of archery, running, wrestling and riding. The 9 satraps were all present, smiling and offering toasts to the emperor. Shahbag, tall and slim, hawk-eyed and cruel of the mouth. Gorban pictured him. He always wore black gloves, even in the hottest weather, and tunics of silk buttoned to the neck. Berish, fat and greedy, but a wonderful recounter with his tales of orgies and humorous calamities. Darishan, the fox of the north, and the cavalryman, the lancer, with his long silver hair braided like a woman, and Ashak and Peacock, the lizard-eyed lover of boys. They had been given pride of place on either side of the emperor, while his eldest son was forced to sit on the lower table, gazing up at those men of power. Shahbag, Berish, Darishan, and Ashak, names and faces that burned Gorban's heart and soul, traitors, men who swore allegiance to his father, then saw him done to death, his lands overrun and people slaughtered. Gorban opened his eyes and took a deep breath. "I will seek you out, each one of you," he promised. "I will pay you back for your treachery." The threat was as empty as the treasury coffers, and Gorban knew it. A soft tapping came at the outer door. "Enter," he called. Nebuchadnezzar stepped inside and bowed low. "The scouts are in, Lord. The enemy is less than 2 days' march from our walls. What news of the east?" "None, Lord. Perhaps our riders did not get through." "What of the supplies?" Nebuchadnezzar reached inside his tunic and produced a parchment scroll, which he unrolled. "We have 16,000 loaves of unleavened bread, 1,000 barrels of flour, 800 beef cattle, 140 goats. The sheep have not been counted yet. There is little cheese left, and the great quantity of oats and dried fruit." "What about salt?" "Salt, Lord. When we kill the cattle, how will we keep the meat fresh?" "We could kill them only when we need them," offered Nebuchadnezzar, reddening. "To keep cattle, we must feed them, but there is no food to spare. Therefore, they must be slaughtered and the meat salted. Scour the city, and..." "Nebuchadnezzar, Lord, you did not mention water." "But Lord, the river flows through the city." "Indeed it does, but what will we drink when the enemy dam it, or fill it with poisons?" "There are the artisan wells, I believe. Locate them." The young man's head dropped. "I fear, Lord, that I am not serving you well. I should have anticipated these requirements." Gorban smiled. "You have much to think of, and I am well pleased with you. But you do need help. Take Jesu." "As you wish, Lord," said Nebuchadnezzar doubtfully. "You do not like him." Nebuchadnezzar swallowed hard. "It is not a question of like, Lord, but he treats me with contempt." Gorban's eyes narrowed, but he held the anger from his voice. "Tell him it is my wish that he assist you. Now go." As the door closed, Gorban slumped down into his satin-covered couch. Sweet Lords of Heaven," he whispered, "does my future depend on men of such little substance?" He sighed then, gazed once more out to sea. "I need you, Bodison," he said. "By all that is sacred, I need you." Bodison stood on the tiller deck, his right hand shading his eyes, his vision focusing on the far horizon. On the main deck, sailors were busy repairing the rail, while others were aloft in the rigging and refastening bales that had slipped during the storm. "You'll see pirates soon enough if they are near," said Miller's Bar. Boaderson nodded and swung back to the skipper. With a mere 24 warriors, I am hoping not to see them at all, he said softly. The captain chuckled. In life we do not always get what we want, my Ventrian friend. I did not want a storm. I did not want my first wife to leave me, nor my second to stay. He shrugged. Such is life, eh? You do not seem unduly concerned. I am a fatalist, Boaderson. What will we be? Could we outrun them? Miller's Bar shrugged once more. It depends on which direction they are coming from. He waved his hand in the air. The wind behind us, yes. There is not a swifter ship on the ocean than my Thunder Child. Ahead and to the west, probably. Ahead to the east. No, they will ram us. They have great advantage, for many of their vessels are triremes, with 3 banks of oars. You would be amazed, my friend, at the speed with which they can turn and ram. How long now to Capillis? 2 days, maybe 3 if the wind drops. Boaderson moved across the tiller deck, climbing down, and 6 steps to the main deck. He drew Druss, Sabian, and Escudus by the prow and walked towards them. Druss saw him and glanced up. Just the man we need, said the axeman. We are talking about Ventria, Sabian, mountains. There are mountains there which brush the moon, it is said. Sabians, there are mountains there which brush the moon, it is said. I have not seen all of the Empire, Boaderson told him, but according to our astronomers, the moon is more than 250,000 miles from the surface of the earth. Therefore, I would doubt it. Such eastern nonsense, mocked Sabian. There are Draenei archers once who fired shafts into the moon. He had a great bow called a.k.a. 12 feet long and woven with spells. He fired a black arrow, which he named Paka, and attached to the arrow was a thread of silver, which he used to climb to the moon. He sat upon it, and it sailed around the great plate of the earth. Mere fable, insisted Boaderson. It is recorded in the library of Dreenen, in the historical section. All that tells me is how limited your understanding of the universe. All that tells me is how limited is your understanding of the universe, said Boaderson. Do you still believe the sun is a golden chariot drawn by 6 white-winged horses? He sat down upon a coiled rope. Or perhaps that the earth sits upon the shoulders of an elephant or some such beast. Sabian smiled. No, we do not, but would it not be better if we did? Is there not a certain beauty in the tale? One day I shall craft a bow and shoot at the moon. Never mind the moon, said Druss. I want to know about Ventria. According to the census, ordered by the Emperor 15 years ago, and concluded only last year, the Great Ventrian Empire is 214,969 square miles. It has an estimated population of 15.5 million people. On a succession of fast horses, a rider galloped along the borders would return to where he started in just under 4 years. Druss looked crestfallen. He swallowed hard. So large, agreed Boaderson. Druss's eyes narrowed. I will find her, he said at last. Of course you will, said Boaderson. She left with Kabuchek, and he will have headed for his home in Ektanis, which means he will have docked at Capellis. Kabuchek is a famous man, senior advisor to the satrap Shabak. He will not be hard to find, unless what? Queried Druss. Unless Ektanis has already fallen. Sail! Sail! Came a cry from the rigging. Boaderson leapt up, eyes scanning the glittering water. Then he saw the ship to the east with sails furled. 3 banks of oars glistening like wings. swinging back towards the main deck. He drew his sabre. "Gather your weapons," he shouted. Druss donned his jerkin and helm and stood at the prow, watching the trireme glide towards them. Even at this distance he could see the fighting men thronging the decks. A magnificent ship, he said. Beside him, Sabian nodded. "The very best. 240 oars. See there at the prow." Just focused on the oncoming ship, and saw a glint of gold at the waterline. "I see it. That is the ram. It is an extension of the keel, and it is covered with reinforced bronze. With 3 banks of oars at full strength, that ram could punch through the hull of the strongest vessel." "Will that be their plan?" Druss asked. Sabian shook his head. "I doubt it. This is a merchant vessel, ripe for plunder. They will come in close with oars, and oars will be withdrawn, and they will drag us in their grappling hooks." Druss hefted Snaga and glanced back along the deck. The remaining Draenei warriors were armoured now, their faces grim. Bowmen, Escudus among them, were climbing the rigging to hook themselves into place high above the deck, ready to shoot down into the enemy. Bodison was standing on the tiller with a black breastplate buckled to his torso. The Thunderchild swung away towards the west, then veered back. In the distance, 2 more sails could be seen, and Sabian swore. "We can't fight them all," he said. Druss glanced at the billowing sail, and then back at the newly sighted vessel. "They don't look the same," he observed. "They're bulkier, no oars, and they're tacking against the wind. If we can deal with the trireme, they'll not catch us." Sabian chuckled. "Aye, aye, Captain. I bow to your superior knowledge of the sea." "I'm a swift learner. That's because I listen." "You never listen to me. I've lost count of the number of times you've fallen asleep during our conversations on this voyage." The Thunderchild swung again, veering away from the trireme. Druss swore and ran back along the deck, climbing swiftly to where Bodison stood with Miller's bar at the tiller. "What are you doing?" he yelled at the skipper. "What are you doing?" he yelled at the skipper. "Get off my deck," roared Milius. "If you keep this course, we'll have 3 ships to fight, Druss. If you keep this course, we'll have 3 ships to fight," snarled Druss. What other choices are there?" queried Bodison. "We cannot defeat a trireme." "Why?" asked Druss. "They're only men." "They have close to 150 fighting men, plus the oarsmen. We have 24 and few sailors. The odds speak for themselves." Druss glanced back at the sailing ships to the west. "How many men do they have?" Bodison spread his hands and looked to Miller's bar. The captain thought for a moment. "More than 200 on each ship," he admitted. "Can we outrun them?" "If we get a mist, or if we can keep them off until dusk." "What chance of either?" inquired the axeman. "Precious little," said Milius. "Then let's at least take the fight to them." "How do you suggest we do that, young man?" the captain asked. Druss smiled. "I'm no sailor, but it seems to me the biggest advantage lies in the oars. Can we not try to smash them?" "We could," admitted Milius, "but that would bring us in close enough for the grappling hooks. We'd be finished then. They'd board us." "Or we board them," snapped Druss. Milius laughed aloud. "You're insane." "Insane is quite correct," said Bodison. "They are hunting us down like wolves around a stag." "Let's do it," said Milius. For a moment the captain stood and stared at the 2 warriors. Then he swore and leaned on the tiller. The Thunderchild swung towards the oncoming trireme. His name was Arinshad, though none of his crew used it. They addressed him to his face as Sea Lord or Great One, while behind his back they used a Nashanite slang, Bojiba, the shark. Arin Shad was a tall man, slim and round-shouldered, long of neck and protruding eyes that glimmered pearl-eyed in lipless mouth that never smiled. No one aboard the Dark Wind knew from whence he came, only that he had been a pirate leader for more than 2 decades. One of the lords of the Corsairs, mighty men who ruled the sea. He was said to own palaces on several of the thousand He was said to own palaces on many of the 1,000 islands and to be as rich as one of the Eastern kings. This did not show in his appearance. He wore a simple breastplate of sharp bronze and a winged helm looted from a merchant ship 12 years before. At his hip hung a sabre with a simple hilt of polished wood and a fist guard of plain brass. Erwin Shad was not a man who liked extravagance. He stood at the stern as the steady, rhythmic pound of the drums urged the rowers to greater efforts, and the occasional crack of the whip sounded against the bare skin of the slacker's back. His pale eyes narrowed as the merchant vessel swung towards the Dark Wind. "What is he doing?" asked the giant Patek. Arin Shad glanced up at the men. "He has seen Redder's ship and is trying to cut by us. He wouldn't succeed." Swinging to the steersman, a short, toothless old man named Luba. Arin Shad saw that the man was already altering course. "Steady now," he said. "We do not want her rammed." "Aye, sea lord." "Make ready with the hooks," bellowed Patek. The giant watched as the men gathered coiled ropes, attaching them to the 3-clawed grappling hooks. Then he transferred his gaze to the oncoming ship. "Look at that, sea lord," he said, pointing at the Thunderchild's prow. There was a man there dressed in black. He was raised a double-headed axe above his head in a gesture of defiance. "They'll never cut all the ropes," said Patek. Erwin Shad did not reply. He was scanning the decks of the enemy ship, seeking any sign of female passengers. He saw none, and his mood darkened. To compensate for his disappointment, he found himself remembering the last ship that they had taken 3 weeks ago, and the satrap's daughter she had carried. He licked his lips at the memory. Proud, defiant, and comely, the whip alone had not tamed her. Nor the stinging slaps. And even after he had raped her repeatedly, still her eyes shone with murderous intent. She was lively, no doubt about that, but he had found her weakness. He always did. And when he had experienced, as always, both triumph and disappointment, the moment of conquest, when she had begged him to take her, had promised to serve him always, in any way that he chose, had been exquisite. But then sadness had flowed within him, followed by anger. He had killed her quickly, which disappointed the men. But then she had earned that, he thought. She had held her nerve for 5 days in the darkness of the hold, in the company of black rats. Iron Shad sniffed, then cleared his throat. This was no time to be considering pleasures. A cabin door opened behind him, and he heard the soft footfalls of the young sorcerer. "Good day, Sea Lord," said Gammell. Patek moved away, avoiding the sorcerer's gaze. Iron Shad nodded to the slender Shatsi. "The omens are good, I take it?" he asked. Gammell spread his hands in an elegant gesture. "It would be a waste of power to cast the stones, Sea Lord. During the storm, they lost half of their men." "And you are sure they are carrying gold?" The Shatsi grinned, showing a perfect line of small white teeth, like a child's through Iron Shad. He looked into the man's dark slanted eyes. "How much are they carrying?" 260,000 gold pieces. Bodaseng gathered it from Ventrian merchants in Mashlupa. "You should have cast the stones," said Iron Shad. "We will see much blood," answered Gammell. "Aye, see, my good lord, the sharks as ever follow in your wake. They are like pests, are they not?" Iron Shad did not glance at the grey forms slipping effortlessly through the water, thin like raised swords blades. "They are the vultures of the sea," he said, and I like them not at all." The wind shifted, and the Thunderchild swung like a dancer on the white flecked waves. On the decks of the Dark Wind, scores of warriors crouched by the starboard rail as the two ships moved ever closer. "It will be close," thought Iron Shad. "They will veer again and try to pull away." Anticipating the move, he bellowed an order at Patek, who now stood on the main deck among the men. The giant leaned over the side and repeated the instructions to the oars chief. Immediately, the starboard oars lifted from the water, and 120 rowers on the port side, continuing to row. Darkwind spun to starboard. The Thunderchild sped on, then ventured towards the oncoming vessel. On the prow of the deck, bearded warriors were still waving the gleaming axe, and in that instant Iron Shad knew he had miscalculated. "Bring in the oars," he shouted. Patak glanced up in astonishment. "What, Lord?" "The oars, man. They're attacking us." It was too late. Even as Patek leaned over the side to shout the order, the Thunderchild leapt to the attack, swinging violently towards Darkwind, the prow striking the first ranks of oars. Wood snapped violently with explosive cracks, mingled with the screams of the slave rowers as the heavy oars smashed into the arms and skulls, shoulders and ribs. Grappling lines were hauled out, iron claws biting into wood or hooking into the Thunderchild's rigging. An arrow slashed into the chest of the corsair. The man pitched back, struggling to rise, then fell again. The corsairs hauled on the grappling lines, and the two ships edged together. Iron Shad was furious. Half the oars on the starboard deck had been smashed, and the gods alone knew how many slaves were crippled. Now he would be forced to limp to port. "Ready to board," he yelled. The two ships crashed together. The corsairs rose and clambered to the rails. In that moment, a black-bearded warrior on the enemy ship stepped up to the prow and leaped into the massive ranks of waiting corsairs. Iron Shad could hardly believe what he was seeing. The black-garbed axeman sent several men spinning to the deck, almost fell himself, then swung his axe. A man screamed and blood sprayed from the terrible wound in his chest. The axe rose and fell, and the corsairs scattered back from the apparent deranged warrior. He charged them, his axe cleaving into their ranks. Further along the deck, other corsairs were still trying to board the merchant ship and meeting ferocious resistance from the Danai warriors. But at the centre of the main deck, all was chaos. A man ran in behind the axeman. A curved knife raised to stab him in the back, but an arrow slashed into the assailant's throat, and he stumbled and fell. Several Draenei warriors leapt to join the axeman. Ironshad swore and drew his sabre, vaulting the rail and landing smoothly on the deck below. When the swordsman ran at him, he parried the lunge and sent a riposte that missed the neck but opened the man's face from cheekbone to chin. As the warrior fell back, Ironshad plunged his blade into the man's mouth and up into his brain. A lithe warrior in a black breastplate and helm dispatched a corsair and moved in on Ironshad. The corsair captain blocked a fierce thrust and attempted to riposte. Several Darian warriors leapt to join the axeman. Ironshad swore and drew his sabre, vaulting the rail and landing smoothly on the deck below. When the swordsman ran at him, he parried the lunge and sent a riposte that missed the neck but opened the man's face from cheekbone to chin. As the warrior fell back, Ironshad plunged his blade into the man's mouth and up into his brain. A lithe warrior in black breastplate and helm dispatched the corsair and moved in on Ironshad. The corsair captain blocked a fierce thrust and attempted a riposte, only to leap back as his opponent's blade slashed by his face. The man was dark-skinned and dark-eyed, a master swordsman. Ironshad stepped back and drew a dagger. "Ventrian?" he inquired. The man smiled. "Indeed I am." A corsair leapt from behind the swordsman. He spun and disemboweled the man, then swung back in time to block the thrust from Ironshad. "I am Bodison." The corsairs were tough, hardy men, long used to battles and the risk of death, but they had never had to face a phenomenon like the man with the axe. Watching from the tiller deck, the Thunderchild, Sabian saw them fall back again and again. From Druss's frenzied, tireless accounts, though the day was warm, Sabian felt a chill in his blood as he watched the axe cleaving into the hapless pirates. Druss was unstoppable. And Sabian knew why. When swordsmen fought, the outcome rested on skill, but armed with the terrible double-headed axe, there was no skill. There was no skill needed, just power and an eagerness for combat. a battle lust that seemed unquenchable. No one could stand against him, for the only way to win was to run within the reach of those deadly blades. Death was not a risk, it was a certainty, and Druss himself seemed to possess a sixth sense. Corsairs circled behind him, but even as they rushed in, he swung to face them, the axe blades slashing through skin, flesh and bone. Several of the Corsairs threw down their weapons, backing away from the huge blood-smeared warrior. These Druss ignored. Sabian flicked his gaze to where Bodison fought with the enemy captains. Their swords, shimmering in the sunlight, seemed fragile and unsubstantial against the raw power of Druss and his axe. A giant figure, bearing an iron warhammer, leapt at Druss, just as Snarger became embedded in the ribs of the charging Corsair. Druss ducked under the swinging weapon and sent a left hook that exploded against the man's jaw. Even as the giant fell, Druss snatched up his axe and near beheaded the daring attacker. Other Draenei warriors ran to join him, and the Corsairs backed away, dismayed and demoralised. "Throw your weapon down," bellowed Druss, "and live." There was little hesitation, and swords, sabres, cutlasses and knives clattered to the deck. Druss turned to see Bodison block a thrust and send a lightning encounter that rippled across the enemy captain's throat. Blood sprayed from the sword. The captain half fell and tried for one last stab, but his strength fled from him, and he pitched face first to the deck. A man in flowing green robes appeared at the tiller deck rail. Slender and tall, his hair waxed and his skull. He lifted his hands. Sabian blinked. He seemed to be holding two spheres of glowing brass. The poet realized not brass, but fire. "Look out, Druss," he shouted. The sorcerer threw out his hands, and a sheet of flame seared towards the axeman. Snarg flashed up, and flames struck the silver heads. Time stopped for the poet. In a fraction of a heartbeat, he saw a scene he would never forget. At that moment, the flames struck the axe. A demonic figure appeared above Druss. Its skin iron grey and scaled, its long powerful arms ending in talon fingers. The flames rebound from the centre and slashing back onto the sorcerer. His robes blazed and his chest imploded. Gaping holes appeared in his torso, through which Sabian could see the sky. The sorcerer toppled from the deck, and the demon disappeared. "Sweet mother of Siris," whispered Sabian. He turned to Miller's bar. "What did you see?" "Aye, the axe saved him right enough." "Axe? Did you not see the creature?" "What are you talking about, man?" Sabian felt his heart hammering. He saw Escadas climbing down from the rigging and ran to him. "What did you see when the flames came at Druss?" he asked, grabbing the bowman's arm. "I saw him defeat them with his axe." "What is wrong with you?" Nothing at all. "We'd better cut free these ropes," said Escadas. "The other ships are closing in." The Draenei warriors on the Dark Wind also saw the two battle vessels approaching. With the defeated Corsair standing by, they hacked the ropes that led back to the Thunder Child. Druss and Bodison came last. None tried to stop them. The giant Druss had the giant Druss had felled the giant Druss had felled rows unsteadily, then ran the rail and kept after the axeman, leading amidst the group of Darnai warriors and scattering them. "It's not over," he yelled. "Face me." The Thunder Child eased away from the corsair ship. The wind gathered once more in her sails as Druss dropped Snarger to the deck and advanced to the giant. The corsair, almost a foot taller than the blood-drenched Draenei, landed the first blow, a juddering right that split the skin above Druss's left eye. Druss pushed through the blow, then sent an uppercut that thundered against the man's ribcage. The corsair grunted and smashed a left hook into Druss's jaw, making him stumble, then hit him again with lefts and rights. Druss rode them and hammered an overhead right that spun his opponent in a half circle. Following up, he hit him again, clubbing the man to his knees. Stepping back, Druss sent a vicious kick that almost lifted the giant from the deck. He slumped down, tried to rise, then lay still. "Druss! Druss! Druss!" yelled the surviving Darnai warriors, as the Thunder Child slapped away from the pursuing vessel. Sabian sat down and stared at his friend. "No wonder you are so deadly," he thought. "Sweet heaven, Druss, you are possessed." Druss moved wearily to the seabird rail, not even looking at the pursuing ships, which were even now falling further behind. The Thunder Child, which even now were falling behind the Thunder Child. Blood was clotting on his face, and he rubbed his left eye where his lashes were matted and sticky. Dropping Snarger to the deck, Druss peeled off his jerkin, allowing the breeze to cool his skin. A Skudos appeared alongside him, carrying a bucket of water. "Is any of this blood yours?" Druss moved away warily to the starboard rail, not even looking at the pursuing ships, which were even now falling further behind. The Thunder Child, blood was clotting on his face, and he rubbed his left eye where the lashes were matted and sticky. Dropping Snarger to the deck, Druss peeled off his jerkin, allowing the breeze to cool his skin. A Skudos appeared alongside him, carrying a bucket of water. "Is any of this blood yours?" he asked. The bowman asked. Druss snarled, uncaring, removing his gauntlets. He dipped his hands into the bucket, splashing water to his face and beard. Then he lifted the bucket and tipped the contents over his head. Escuda scanned his body. "You have minor wounds," he said, probing the narrow cuts on Druss's shoulder and a gash on the side. "Neither are deep. I'll get needle and thread." Druss said nothing. He felt a great wearing settle on him, a dullness of his spirit that left him lacking energy. He thought of Rowena, her gentleness and her tranquility, and the peace he had known and the peace he had known when beside her. Lifting his head, he leaned his huge hands on the rail. Behind him he heard laughter, and turned to see some of the warriors battling the giant corsair. They had tied his hands behind his back and were jabbing at him with knives, forcing him to leap and dance. Boderson climbed down from the tiller deck. "Enough of that," he shouted. "It's just a little sport before we throw him to the sharks," replied a wiry warrior with a black silver beard. "No one will be thrown to the sharks," snapped Boderson. "Now, untie him." The men grumbled, but obeyed the order. The giant stood rubbing his chafed wrists. His eyes met Druss's gaze, but the corsair's expression was unreadable. Boderson led the man to the small cabinet door below the tiller deck, and they disappeared from view. Escudus returned and stitched the wounds on the axeman's shoulder and side. He worked swiftly and expertly. "A man makes his own luck," said Druss. Escudus chuckled. "Aye, trust in the sauce, but keep a spare bowstring handy, and that's what the old teacher used to tell me." Druss thought back to the action on the Tadimi. "You help me," he said, remembering the arrow that had killed the man coming in behind him. "It's a good shot," said Escudus. "How are you feeling?" Druss shrugged, "like I could sleep for a week." "It is very natural, my friend. Battle lust roars through the blood, but the aftermath is unbearably depressing. Not many poets sing songs about that." Escudus took up a cloth and sponged the blood from Druss's jerkin, handing it back to the axeman. "You are a great fighter, Druss, perhaps the best I've ever seen." Druss slipped on his jerkin, gathered Snaga, and walked to the prow, where he stretched out between two bales. He slept for just under an hour, but was awoken by Boaderson. He opened his eyes and saw that the Ventrian bending over him, and the sun was setting. "We need to talk, my friend," said Boaderson, and Druss sat up. The stitches in his side pulled tight as he stretched. He swore softly. "I'm tired," said the axeman, "so let's make this brief. I have spoken with Corsair. His name is Patek." "I don't care what his name is," Boaderson sighed. "In return for information about the numbers of Corsair vessels, I have promised him his liberty when we reach Caplis. I have given him my word." "What has this to do with me?" "I would like your word also that you will not kill him." "I don't want to kill him. He means nothing to me." "Then say the words, my friend." Druss looked into the Ventrian's dark eyes. "There is something else," he said. "Something you are not telling me." "Indeed there is," agreed Boaderson. "Tell me that you will allow my promise to Patak to be honoured. I shall explain all." "Very well, I will not kill him. Now say what you have to say, and then let me get some sleep." Boaderson drew a long deep breath. The Tirimi was the Dark Wind. The captain was Arin Shad, one of the leading corsairs. Kings, if you like. They have been patrolling these waters for some months. One of the ships they plundered. Boaderson fell silent. He licked his lips. "Druss, I'm sorry. Kabuchek's ship was taken and sunk. The passengers and crew thrown to the sharks. No one survived." Druss sat very still. All anger vanished from him. "I wish there was something I could say or do to lessen your pain," said Boaderson. "I know that you loved her." "Leave me be," whispered Druss. "Just leave me be." Chapter 5. Word soon spread among the warriors and crew of the tragedy that had befallen the huge axeman. Many of the men could not understand the depth of his grief, knowing nothing of love, but all could see the change in him. He sat at the prow, staring out over the sea, massive axe in his hands. Sabian alone could not approach him, but even the poet did not remain with him for long. There was little laughter for the remaining 3 days of the voyage, for Druss's brooding presence seemed to fill the deck. The Corsair giant, Patek, remained as far from the axeman as space would allow, spending his time on the tiller deck. On the morning of the 4th day, the distant towers of Caplis could be seen, while white marble glinting in the sun. Sabian approached Druss. "Milus Bar intends to pick up a cargo of spices and attempt the return journey. Shall we stay on board?" "I'm not going back," said Druss. "There was nothing here for us," pointed out the poet. "There is the enemy," the axeman grunted. "What enemy?" "The Nashonites." Sabian shook his head. "I don't understand you. We don't even know the Nashonites." Sabian shook his head. "They killed my Rowena. I'll make them pay." Sabian was about to debate the point, but he stopped himself. The Nashonites had bought the services of the corsairs, and in Druss's mind that made them guilty. Sabian wanted to argue, to hammer home to Druss, that the real villain was Ledgand, and that he was now dead. But what was the use? In the midst of his grief, Druss would not listen. His eyes were cold, almost lifeless, and he clung to the axe as if it were his only friend. She must have been a very special woman, observed Escudus, when he and Sabian stood by the port rail of the Thunder Child, eased her way into the harbour. I never met her, but he speaks of her with reverence. Escudus nodded, then pointed to the quayside. There are no dock workers, he said, only soldiers. The city must be under siege. Sabian saw movement at the far end of the quay, a column of soldiers wearing black breastplate, adorned with silver, marching behind a tall, wide-shouldered nobleman. That must be Gorbin, he said. He's awake. He walks as if he owns the world. Escudus chuckled. Not any more, but I'll agree, he is a remarkably handsome fellow. The Emperor wore a simple black cloak above an adorned breastplate, yet he still, like a hero of legend, commanded attention. Men ceased in their work as he approached, and Bodison leapt from the ship even before the mooring ropes were fastened. Landing lightly and stepping into the other man's embrace, the Emperor clapped him on the back and kissed Bodison on both cheeks. I'd say they were friends, observed Escudus dryly. Strange customs they have in foreign lands, said Sabian with a grin. The gangplank was lowered, and a squad of soldiers moved on board, vanishing below decks and reappearing bearing heavy chest and brass-bound oak. Gold, I'd say, whispered Escudus, and Sabian nodded. 20 chests in all were removed before the Danai warriors were allowed to disembark. Sabian clambered down the gangplank just behind the bowman. As he stepped ashore, he felt the ground move beneath him, and he almost stumbled, then righted himself. Is it an earthquake? He asked Escudus. No, my friend, it is merely that you are used to the pitching and rolling of the ship, and your legs are unaccustomed to solid stone. It will pass very swiftly. Druss strode down to join them, and Bodison stepped forward, the Emperor beside him. And this, my lord, is the warrior I spoke of, Druss the Axeman. Almost single-handedly he destroyed the corsairs. I would like to have seen it, said Gorbin, but there is time yet to admire your prowess. The enemy are camped around our city, and the attacks have begun. Druss said nothing, but the Emperor seemed unconcerned. May I see your axe? he asked Druss. Druss nodded and passed the weapon to the monarch. Gorbin accepted it and lifted the blades to his face. Remarkable workmanship, not a nick or a rust mark. The surface is entirely unblemished. A rare kind of steel. Not a nick or rust mark. The surface is entirely unblemished. A rare kind of steel. He examined the black heft and the silver runes. This is an ancient weapon, and has seen much death. It will see more, said Druss, his voice low and rumbling. At the sound, Sabian shivered. Gorbin smiled and handed back the axe, then turned to Bodison. When you have settled your men into their quarters, you will find me at the magistrate's hall. He strode away without another word. Bodison's face was white with anger. When you are in the presence of the Emperor, you should bow deeply. He is a man to respect. We Draenei are not well versed in subservient behaviour, Sabian pointed out. In Ventria, such disrespect is punishable by disemboweling, said Bodison. But I think we can learn. Sabian told him cheerfully. Bodison smiled. See that you do, my friend. There are not Draenei lands, and there are other customs here. The Emperor is a good man, a fine man. Even so, he must maintain discipline, and he will not tolerate such bad manners again. The Draenei warriors were billeted in the town centre, all save Druss and Sabian, who had not signed on to fight the Ventrians. Bodersum took 2 of them to a deserted inn and told them to choose their own rooms. Food, he said, could be found at either of the 2 main barracks, although there were still some shops and stalls in the town centre. "Do you want to look at the city?" asked Sabian, after the Ventrian general had left. Druss sat on a narrow bed, staring at his hands. He did not seem to hear the question. The poet sat alongside him. "How are you feeling?" he said softly. "Empty." "Everyone dies, Druss, even you and I. It is not your fault." "I don't care about fault. I just kept thinking about our time in the mountains together. I can still feel the touch of her hand. I can still hear." He stumbled to silence. His face reddened and his jaw sat in a tight line. "What was that about the city?" he growled. "I thought we could take a look around." "Good, let's go." Druss rose, gathered his axe, and strode through the door. The inn was situated on Vine Street. Bodersum had given them directions through the city, and these were easy to follow, the roads being wide, and signs in several languages included the Western tongue. The buildings were of white and grey stone, some more than 4 levels high. They were gleaming towers, domed palaces, gardens, and tree-lined avenues. The scent of flowers, jasmine and rose, was everywhere. "It is beautiful," observed Sabian. They passed the nearest barracks and headed on toward the eastern wall. From the distance they could hear the clash of blades and thin cries of wounded men. "I think I've seen enough," announced Sabian, halting. Druss gave a cold smile. "As you wish," he said. "There's a temple back there I'd like to see more of. You know, the one with the white horses?" "I saw it," said Druss. The 2 men retraced their steps and still they came to a large square. The temple was domed, and around it were 12 exquisitely sculptured statues of rearing horses, 3 times larger than life. A huge arched gateway, which opened gates of polished brass and silver between, beckoned the 2 men into the temple. The domed roof had 7 windows, all of coloured glass, and the beams of light crisscrossed the high altar. There were benches that could seat almost 1,000 people. Sabian calculated, and upon the altar was a table on which was set a hunting horn of gold encrusted with gems. A hunting horn of gold encrusted with gems. The domed roof had 7 windows, all of colourless glass, and the beams of light crisscrossed the high altar. There were benches that could seat almost 1,000 people. Sabian calculated, and upon the altar was a table on which was set a hunting horn of gold encrusted with gems. The poet walked down the aisles and climbed to the altar. "It's worth a fortune," he said. "On the contrary," came a low voice, "it's priceless." Sabian turned to see the priest in robes of grey wool, embroidered with silver thread. The man was tall, his shaven head and long nose giving him a bird-like appearance. "Welcome to the shrine of Pashtar Sen." "The citizens here must be worthy of great trust," said Sabian. "Such a prize as this would gain a man enormous wealth." The priest gave a thin smile. "Not really. Lift it." Sabian reached out his hand, but his fingers closed on air. The golden horn, so substantial to the eye, was merely an image. "Incredible," whispered the poet. "How is it done?" The priest shrugged and spread his arms. "Pashtar Sen worked a miracle thousands of years ago. He was a poet and a scholar, but also a man of war. According to myth, he met the goddess Siris, and she gave him the hunting horn as a reward for his valour. He placed it there, and the moment it left his grip, it became as you see it." What is its purpose?" Sabian asked. "It has healing properties. Barren women are said to become fertile if they lay upon the altar and cover the horn. There is some evidence that this is true, and once every 10 years the horn is said to become solid once more, and then we are told it can bring men back from the halls of death, or carry his spirit to the stars. Have you ever seen it become solid? No, and I have been a servant here for 37 years. Fascinating. What happened to Pashtar Sen? He refused to fight for the emperor and was impaled on a spike of iron. Not a good ending. Indeed not. But he was a man of principle, and believed the emperor to be in the wrong. Are you here to fight for Ventria? No, we are visitors. The priest nodded and turned to Druss. Your mind is far away, my son, he said. Are you troubled? He has suffered a great loss, said Sabian swiftly. A loved one. Ah, I see. Would you wish to commune with her, my son? What do you mean? Growled Druss. I could summon her spirit. It might bring you peace. Druss stepped forward. You could do that. I could try. Follow me. The priest led them into the shadowed recesses at the rear of the temple, then along the narrow corridor to a small windowless room. You must leave your weapons outside, said the priest. Druss leaned snag against the wall, and Sabian hung his baldric of knives on the haft. Inside the room there were 2 chairs facing one another. The priest sat in the first, beckoning Druss to take the second. This room, said the priest, is a place of harmony. No profane language has ever been heard here. It is a room of prayer and kind thoughts. It has been so for 1,000 years. Whatever happens, please remember. Now give me your hand. Druss stretched out his arm, and the priest took hold of his hand, asking who it was that he wished to call. Druss told him. And your name, my son? Druss. The man licked his lips and sat, eyes closed, for several minutes. Then he spoke. I call to thee, Rowena, child of the mountains. I call to thee on behalf of Druss. I call to thee across the plains of heaven. I speak to thee across the vales of earth. I reach out to thee, even unto the dark places, below the oceans of the world, and the arid deserts of hell. For a moment nothing happened. Then the priest stiffened and cried out. He slumped down in his chair, his head dropped into his chest. His mouth opened, and a single word issued forth. Druss. It was a woman's voice. Sabian was startled. He glanced at the axeman. All colour faded from Druss's face. Rowena. I love you, Druss. Where are you? In Ventria. I came for you. I am here waiting, Druss. Oh no, everything is fading. Druss, can you hear me? Rowena. Rowena, shouted Druss, stomping to his feet. The priest jerked and awoke. I am sorry, he said. I did not find her. I spoke to her, said Druss, hauling the man to his feet. Get her again. I cannot. There was no one. Nothing happened. Druss, let him go, shouted Sabian. Grabbing Druss's arm, the axeman released his hold on the priest's robes and walked from the room. I don't understand, whispered the man. There was nothing. You spoke with the voice of a woman, Sabian told him. Druss recognised it. It is most peculiar, my son. Whenever I commune with the dead, I know their words, but it was as if I slept. Do not concern yourself, said Sabian, fishing in the money pouch for a silver coin. I take no money, said the man, with a shy smile, but I am perplexed, and I will think on what just happened. I am sure he will too, said Sabian. He found Druss standing by the altar, reaching out to the shimmering gold horn, his huge fingers trying to close around it. The axeman's face was set in concentration, the muscles of his jaw showing through the dark beard. What are you doing? Asked Sabian, his voice gentle. He said it could bring back the dead. No, my friend, he said that was the legend. There is a difference. Come away, we'll find a tavern somewhere in this city and we'll drink. Druss slammed his hand down on the altar. the golden horn apparently growing through the skin of his fist. I don't need a drink, gods, I need a fight. Snatching up the axe, the big man strode away from the temple. The priest appeared alongside Sabian. I fear that, despite my good intentions, the result of my labour was not as I had hoped, he said. He'll survive, father. Sabian turned to the priest. Tell me, what do you know of demon possession? Too much and too little. You think you are possessed? No, not I, Druss. The priest shook his head. Had he been so afflicted, I would have sensed it when I touched his hand. No, your friend is his own man. Sabian sat down on a bench seat and told the priest what he had seen on the deck of the Corsair Trireme. The priest listened in silence. How did he come by the axe? He asked. Family heirloom, I understand. If there is a demonic presence, my son, I believe you will find it hidden within the weapon. Many of the ancient blades were crafted with spells in order to give the wielder greater strength or cunning. Some even had the power to heal wounds, so it is said. Look to the axe. What if it's just an axe? Surely it will only help him in times of combat. Would that were true, said the priest, shaking his head. But evil does not exist in order to serve, but to rule. If the axe is possessed, it will have a history, a dark history. Ask him of its past, and when you hear it, and of the men who wielded it, you will understand my words. Sabian thanked the man and left the temple. There was no sign of Druss, and the poet had no wish to venture near the walls. He strolled through the near deserted city until he heard the sounds of music coming from the courtyard nearby. He approached a wrought iron gate and saw 3 women sitting in a garden. One of them was playing a lyre, the other was singing a gentle love song as Sabian stepped into the gateway. Good afternoon, ladies, he said, offering them his most dazzling smile. The music ceased, and the 3 all gazed at him. They were young and pretty, the oldest he calculated around 17. She was dark-haired and dark-eyed, full-lipped and slender. The other 2 were similar, their hair blonde, their eyes blue. They were dressed in shimmering gowns of satin, the dark-haired beauty in blue and the others in white. Have you come to see our brother, sir? Asked the dark-haired girl, rising from her seat and placing the lyre upon it. No, I was drawn here by the beauty of you playing, by the beauty of your playing and the sweet voices which accompanied it. I am a stranger here, and a lover of all things beautiful, and I can only thank the fates for the vision I find here. The younger girls laughed, but the older sister merely smiled. Pretty words, sir, well phrased, and I don't doubt well rehearsed. They have the smooth edges of weapons that have seen great use. Sabian bowed. Indeed, my lady, it has been my pleasure and my privilege to observe beauty wherever I can find it, to pay homage to it, and bend on knee before it, but it makes my words no less sincere. She gave a full smile, then laughed aloud. I think you are a rascal, sir, and a libertine, and in more interesting times I would summon a servant to see you from the premises. However, since we are at war, and that makes for the dullest entertainment, I shall welcome you, but only for so long as you are entertaining. Sweet lady, I think I can promise you entertainment enough, both in word and in deed. He was delighted that she did not blush at his words, though the younger sister reddened. Such fine promises, sir, but then perhaps you would feel less secure in your boasting were you aware of the quality of entertainment I have enjoyed in the past. Now it was Sabian's turn to laugh. Should you tell me that Azrael, the Prince of Heaven, came to your chambers and transported you to the palace of infinite variety, then truly I might be mildly concerned. Such a book should not be mentioned in polite company, she chided. He stepped closer and took her hand, raising it to his lips, and turned it to kiss her palm. Not so, he said softly. The book has great merit, for it shines like a lantern in hidden places, imparts and veils, and leads us to the paths of pleasure. I recommend the 16th chapter for all new lovers. My name is Asher, she said, and your deeds will need to be as fine as your words, for I react badly to disappointment. You were dreaming, Patai, said Pudri and Rowena, opening her eyes, and found herself sitting in the sunshine beside the lake. I don't know what happened, she told the little eunuch. It was as if my soul was dragged from my body. There was a room, and Druss was sitting opposite me. Sadness gives birth to many visions of hope, quoted Pudri. No, it was real, but the hold loosened and came back before I could tell him where I was. He patted her hand. Perhaps it will happen again, he said, reassuringly, but for now you must compose yourself. The master is entering a great satrap, Shabag. He is being sent to command the forces around Capelis, and it is very important that you give him good omens. I can offer only the truth. There are many truths, Patai. A man may have only days to live, yet in that time he will find great love. The seeress, who tells him he is about to die, will cause him great sorrow, but it will be the truth. The prophet who says that love is only a few hours away will also be telling the truth, but will create great joy in the doomed man. Rowena smiled. You are very wise, Pudrai. He shrugged and smiled. I am only Rowena. That is the first time you have used my name. He chuckled. It is a good name, but so is Patai. It means gentle dove. Now we must go to the shrine. Shall I tell you something of Shabak? Would it help your talent? She sighed. No, tell me nothing. I will see what there is to see, and I will remember your advice. Arm in arm, they strolled into the palace, along the richly carpeted corridors, past the beautifully carved staircases that led to the upper apartments. Statues and busts of marble were set into the recesses, every 10 feet on both sides of the corridor, and the ceiling above them was embellished with scenes of Ventrian literature and architraves covered with gold leaf. As they approached the shrine room, a tall warrior stepped out from a side door. Rowena gasped, for at first she took the man to be Druss. He had the same breadth of shoulder and jutting jaw, and his eyes beneath thick brows were startlingly blue. Seeing her, he smiled and bowed. This is Mikanek. Patai. He is a champion of the Nashanite Emperor, a great swordsman and a respected officer. Badrai bowed to the warrior. This is the Lady Rowena, a guest of the Lord Kabuchak. I've heard of you, lady, said Mikanek, taking her hand and drawing it to his lips. His voice was low and vibrant. You saved a merchant from the sharks, no mean feat, but now I have seen you, and I can understand how even a shark would wish to do nothing to mar your beauty. Keeping hold of her hand, he smiled and moved in close. Can you tell me my fortune, lady? Her throat was dry, but she met his gaze. You will achieve your greatest ambition and realize your greatest hope. His eyes showed his cynicism. This is it, lady. Surely any sweet charlatan could say the same. How will I die? Not 50 feet from where you stand, she said. Out in the courtyard, I see soldiers with black cloaks and helms, storming the walls. You will gather your men for a last stand outside these walls. Beside you will be your strongest brother and a second cousin. And when will this be? 1 year after you are wed to the day. And what is the name of the lady I shall marry? I will not say, she told him. We must go, Lord, said Pudry swiftly. The Lord Kabuchik and Shabaga wait. Of course, it was pleasure meeting you, Rowena. I hope we will meet again. Rowena did not reply, but followed Pudry into the shrine room. At dusk, the enemy drew back, and Druss was surprised to see the Ventrian warriors leaving the walls and strolling back through the city streets. Where is everyone going? He asked the warrior beside him. The man had removed his helm and was wiping his sweat-streaked face with a cloth. To eat and rest, the warrior answered. Druss scanned the walls. Only a handful of men remained, and these were setting their backs to the ramparts. What if there is another attack? Asked the axeman. There won't be. That was the fourth? Queried Druss, surprised. The warrior, a middle-aged man with a round face and keen blue eyes, grinned at the Janai. I take it you are no student of strategy. Your first siege, is it? Druss nodded. Well, the rules of engagement are precise. There will be a maximum of 4 attacks during a 24-hour period. Why only 4? The man shrugged. It's a long time since I studied the manual, but, as I recall, it is a question of morale. When Shan Tzu wrote The Art of War, he explained that after 4 attacks, the spirit of the attackers can give way to despair. There won't be very much despair among them if they attack now, or after nightfall, Druss pointed out. They won't attack, said the commander slowly, as if speaking to a child. If a night attack was planned, there would have been 3 assaults during the day. Druss was nonplussed. And these rules were written in a book? Yes, a fine work by Chai Tzi General. And you will leave these walls virtually unmanned during the night because of a book? The man laughed. Not a book, the rules of engagement. Come with me to the barracks, and I'll explain a little more. As they strolled, the warrior Olikar told Druss that he had 7 in the Ventrian army. As they strolled, the warrior Olikar told Druss that he had served in the Ventrian army for more than 20 years. I was even an officer once during the Opal campaign. Damn near wiped out we were, so I got to command a troop of 40 men. It didn't last. The general offered me a commission, but I couldn't afford the armour, so that was it. Back to the rankers. But it's not a bad life. Comradeship, 2 good meals a day. Why couldn't you afford the armour? Don't they pay officers? Of course, but only a disa a day. That's half of what I earn now. The officers receive less than the rankers. That's stupid. Oblique shook his head. Of course it isn't. That's the only way the rich can afford to be officers. That way, only the rich can afford to be officers, which means that only noblemen or the sons of merchants who desire to be noblemen can command. In this way, the noble families retain power. Where are you from, young man? I am Drenai. Ah, yes, I have never been there, of course, but I understand the mountains of Sklen are exceptionally beautiful, green and lush, like the Sudap. I miss the mountains. Druss sat with Olikar in the western barracks and ate a meal of beef and wild onions before setting off back to the empty tavern. It was a calm night with no clouds, and the moon turned white, ghostly buildings to the muted silver. Sabian was not in their room, and Druss sat by the window, staring out over the harbour, watching the moonlight waves and the water which looked like molten iron. He had fought in 3 of the 4 attacks. The enemy, red-cloaked, with helms boasting white horsehair plumes, running forward carrying ladders which they leaned against the walls. Rocks had been hurled down upon them, arrows prepared them, yet on they came. The first to reach the walls were speared, yet on they came. The first to reach the walls were speared, or struck with sword. But a few doughty fighters made their way to the battlements, where they were cut down by the defenders. Halfway through the second attack, a dull booming sound, like controlled thunder, was heard on the walls. "Battering ram," said the soldier beside him. "They won't have much luck. Those gates are reinforced with iron and brass." Druss leaned back on his chair and stared down at Snaga. In the main, he had used the axe to push back ladders, sliding them along the wall, sending attackers tumbling to the rocky ground below. Only twice had the weapon drawn blood. Reaching out, just stroked the black heft, remembering the victims, the tall beardless warrior and the swarthy pot-bellied man in an iron helm. The first had died when Snaga crunched through the wooden breastplate. The second when the silver blades had sheared his iron helm in two. Druss ran his thumb along the blades. Not a mark or a nick. Sabian arrived at the room just before midnight. His eyes were red-rimmed and he yawned constantly. "What happened to you?" asked Druss. The poet smiled. "I made new friends." Pulling off his boots, he settled back on one of the narrow beds. Druss sniffed the air. "Smells like you were rolling in flower bed." "A bed of flowers," said Sabian with a smile. "Yes, almost exactly how I would describe it." Druss frowned. "Well, never mind that. Do you know anything about the rules of engagement?" "I know everything about my rules of engagement, but I take it you are talking about Ventrian warfare." Swinging his legs from the bed, he sat up. "I'm tired, Druss, so let's make this conversation brief. I have a meeting in the morning and need to build up my strength." Druss ignored the exaggerated yawn with which Sabian accompanied his words. "I saw hundreds of men wounded today and scores killed. Yet now, with only a few men on the walls, the enemy sits back and waits for sunrise. Why does no one want to win?" "Someone will win," answered Sabian. "But this is a civilized land. They have practiced warfare for thousands of years. The siege will go on for a few weeks or a few months, and every day the combatants will count their losses. At some point, if there is no breakthrough, either one or the other will offer terms to the enemy." "What do you mean, terms?" "If the besiegers decide they cannot win, they will withdraw. If the men here decide all is lost, they will desert to the enemy." "What about Gorban?" Sabian shrugged. "His own troops might kill him, or hand him over to the Nationalites." "God, is there no honour among these Ventrians?" "Of course there is, but most of the men here are mercenaries, from the eastern tribes. They are loyal to whoever pays them the most." "If the rules of war here are so civilized," said Druss, "why have the inhabitants of the city fled? Why not just wait until the fighting is over and serve whoever wins?" "They would at best be enslaved, at worst slaughtered. It may be a civilized land, Druss, but it is a harsh one." "Can Gorban win?" "Not as matters stand, but he may be lucky. Often Ventrian sieges are settled by single combat between champions, though such an evil would take place only if both factions were of equal strength, and both had champions they believed were invincible. That won't happen here, because Gorban is heavily outnumbered. However, now that he has the gold Bodison brought, he will send spies into the enemy camp and bribe the soldiers to desert to his cause. It is unlikely to work, but it might. Who knows?" Where did you learn all this? Asked Druss. I have just spent an informative afternoon with the Princess Asha, Gorbin's sister. What? Stormed Druss. What is it with you? Did you learn nothing from what happened in Mashrupa? One day, and already you're rutting. I do not rut, snapped Snabian. I make love, and what I do is none of your concern. That's true, admitted Druss, and when they take you for disemboweling or impaling, I shall remind you of that. Ah, Druss, said Sabian, settling back on the bed. There are some things worth dying for, and she is very beautiful. By the gods, a man could do worse than to marry her. Druss stood and turned away to the window. Sabian was instantly contrite. I'm sorry, my friend, I wasn't thinking. He approached Druss and laid his hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry about what happened with the priest. It was her voice, said Druss, swallowing hard and fighting to keep his emotions in check. She said she was waiting for me. I thought that if I went to the wall, I might be killed and then I'd be with her again. But no one came with the skill of or heart. No one ever will. I don't have the courage to do the deed myself. That would not be courage, Druss, said and Rowena would not want it. She'd want you to be happy and marry again. Never. You are not yet 20, my friend. There are other women, none like her, but she is gone, and I'll speak no more of her. I'll carry her here, he said, touching his chest, and I'll never forget her. Now go back to what you were saying about Eastern warfare. Sabian lifted a clay goblet from the shelf by the window, blew the dust from it, and filled it with water, which was drained at a single swallow. Gods, this tastes foul. All right, Eastern warfare. What is it you wish to know now? Well, said Druss slowly, I know that the enemy can attack 4 times in a day, but why did they only attack one wall? They have the number to surround the city and attack in many places at once. They will, Druss, but not in the first month. This is the testing time. Untrained new soldiers are judged by their courage during the first few weeks. Then they will bring up the siege engines. That should be in the second month. After that, perhaps palisade, hurling huge rocks over the walls. If at the end of the month there has been no success, they will call in the engineers, and they will burrow under the walls, seeking to bring them down. And what rules over the besieged? And what rules over the besieged? Asked the axeman. I don't understand you. Well, suppose we were to attack them. Could we only do it 4 times? Can we attack at night? What are the rules? It's not a question of rules, Druss. It's more a matter of common sense. Gorbin is outnumbered around 20 to 1. If he attacked, he'd be wiped out. Druss nodded and lapsed into silence. Finally he spoke. I'll ask Orlica for his book. You can read it to me. Then I'll understand. Can we sleep now? Asked Sabian. Druss nodded and took up his axe. He did not remove his boots or jerkin, and stretched out on the second bed with Snarg beside him. You don't need an axe in bed in order to sleep. It comforts me, answered Druss, closing his eyes. Where did you get it? It belonged to my grandfather. Was he a great hero? Asked Sabian hopefully. No, he was a madman and a terrible killer. That's nice, said Sabian, sitting down on his own bed. It's good to know you have a family trade to fall back on if things get hard. Chapter 6. Gorbin leaned back on his chair, and his servant, Mushran, carefully shaved the stubble from his chin. He glanced up at the old man. Why do you stare so? He asked. You are tired, my boy. Your eyes are red-rimmed, and there are purple patches beneath them. Gorbin smiled. One day you will call me Great Lord or my Emperor. Great Lord, my Emperor. I live for that day, Mushran. The old man chuckled. Other men can bestow upon you these titles. They can fall to the ground before you and bounce their brows from the stone. But when I look upon you, my boy, I see the child that you were before the man, and the babe who was before the child. I prepared your food, and I wiped your ass. And I'm too old to crash my poor head to the stones every time you walk into a room. Besides, you are changing the subject. You need more rest. Has it escaped your notice that we have been under siege for a month? I must show myself to the men. They must see my fight, or they will lose heart. And there are supplies to be organised, rations set, and hundreds of different duties. Find me some more hours in a day, and I will rest, I promise you. You don't need more hours, snapped the old man, lifting the razor and wiping oil and stubble from the blade. You need better men. Nebuchad is a good boy, but he's slow-witted, and Jusu Mushran raised his eyes to the ceiling. A wonderful killer, but his brain is lodged just above his. Enough of that, said Gorbin amiably. If my officers knew how you spoke of them, they'd have you waylaid in an alley and beaten to death. Anyway, what about Bodison? The best of men, but let's be fair, that isn't saying much. Gorbin's reply was cut off as a razor descended to his throat, and he knelt, and he felt the keen blade gliding over his jawline, across the edge of his mouth. There, said Mushram proudly, at least you look like an emperor now. Gorbin stood and wandered to the window. The fourth attack was underway. It would be repulsed, he knew, but even from here he could see the huge siege towers being dragged into place for tomorrow. He pictured the hundreds of men pulling them into position, saw in his mind's eye the massive attack ramparts crashing down on the battlements. He heard the war cries of the Nashanite warriors as they clambered up the steps along the ramp and hurled themselves on the defenders. Nashanites, he laughed bitterly. 2/3 of the enemy soldiers were Ventrians, followers of Shabag, one of the renegade satraps. Ventrians killing Ventrians. It was obscene. And for what? How much richer could Shabag become? How many palaces could a man occupy at one time? Gorbin's father had been a weak man, a poor judge of character, but for all that he had been an emperor who cared for his people. Every city boasted a university, built from funds supplied by the royal treasury. There were colleges where the brightest students could learn the arts of medicine, listen to lectures from Ventria's finest herbalists. There were schools and hospitals and a road system second to none on the continent. But his greatest achievement had been the forming of the royal riders, who could carry messages from one end of the empire to another in less than 12 weeks. Such swift communication meant that if any strappy suffered a natural disaster, plague, famine or flood, then help could be sent almost immediately. Now the cities were either conquered or besieged. The death toll was climbing towards a mountainous toll. The universities were closed, and the chaos of war was destroying everything his father had built. With great effort he forced down the heat of anger, and concentrated coolly on the problem faced him at Kapalis. Tomorrow would be a pivotal day in the siege. If his warriors held, then dismay would spread among the enemy. If not, he smiled grimly. If not, we were finished, he thought. Shabag would have him dragged before the Nashanite Empire. Gorbin sighed. But would have him dragged before the Nashanite Emperor, Gorbin sighed. Never let despair enter your mind, said Mushra. There is no profit in it. You read minds better than any seer, not minds' faces. So wipe the expression clear, and I'll fetch Bodison. When did he arrive? An hour ago. I told him to wait. You needed the shave, and the rest. In a past life, you must have been a wonderful mother, said Gorbin. Mushrin laughed and left the room. Returning, he ushered Bodison inside and bowed. The General Bodison, great lord, my emperor, he said, then backed out, pulling shut the door behind him. I don't know why you tolerate that man, lord, snapped Bodison. He's always insolent. You wish to see me, General? Bodison snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Druss the Axeman came to see me last night. He has a plan concerning the siege towers. Go on. Bodison cleared his throat. He wants to attack them. Gorbin stared hard at the general, observing the deep blush that was appearing on the warrior's cheeks. Attack them? Yes, lord, tonight under the cover of darkness. Attack the enemy camp and set fire to the towers. You feel this is feasible? No, lord. Well, perhaps. I watched this man attack a corsair trireme, and force 50 men to throw down their weapons. I don't know whether he can succeed this time, but I'm still listening. We have no choice. They have 30 siege towers. Lord, they'll take the wall and will not hold them. Gorbin moved to a crouch and sat. How does he intend to set these fires, and what does he think the enemy will be doing while he does so? The timbers are huge, old and weathered. It will take a great flame to bring one of them down. I appreciate that, lord, but just says the Nationalites will be too busy to think of the towers. He cleared his throat. He intends to attack the centre of their camp, kill Shabag and the other generals, and generally cause enough mayhem to allow a group of men to sneak out from Capillis and set fires beneath the towers. How many men has he asked for? 200. He says he's already chosen them. He has chosen them? Bodison glanced down at the floor. He is very popular. He's a very popular man, lord. He's a very popular man, lord. He has fought every day, and he knows many of the men well. They respect him. Has he chosen any officers? Only one, lord. Let me guess. You. Yes, lord. And you are willing to lead this insane venture? I am, lord. I forbid it. But you can tell Druss that I agree, and that I will choose an officer to accompany him. Bodison seemed about to protest, but he held his tongue and bowed deeply. He backed to the door. General, called Gorbin. Yes, lord. I am well pleased with you, said Gorbin, not looking at the man. He walked out to the balcony and breathed the evening air. It was cool and flowing from the sea. Shabag watched the setting sun turn the mountains to fire, the sky burning like the vaults of Hades, deep crimson and flaring orange. He shuddered. He had never liked sunsets. They spoke of endings, inconsistency, the death of a day. The siege towers stood in a grim line facing Capillis, monstrous giants, promising victory. He gazed up at the first. Tomorrow they would be dragged to the walls, and the mouths of giants would open. The attack ramps would drop to the ramparts like stiff tongues. He paused. How would one continue the analogy? He pictured the warriors climbing from the belly of the beast and hurling themselves on the enemy. Then he chuckled, like the breath of death, like a dragon's fire. No, more like a demon's disgorging acid. Yes, I like the thought of that. The towers had been assembled from sections brought on huge wagons from Ressa in the north. They had cost 20,000 gold pieces, and Shabag was still angry that he alone had been expected to finance them. The Nationite emperor was a parsimonious man. We will have him tomorrow, sir, said one of his aides. Shabag jerked his mind to the present and turned to his staff officer. Him and Gorbin. Shabag licked his lips. I want him alive, he said, keeping the hatred from his voice. how he loathed Gorbin, how he despised both the man and his appalling conceit. A trick of fate had left him with a throne that was rightly Shabag's. They shared the same ancestors, the kings of glory who had built an empire unrivaled in history, and Shabag's grandfather had sat upon the throne, but he died in battle, leaving only daughters surviving him. Thus had Gorbin's father ascended the golden steps and raised his ruby crown to his head. And what happened then to the empire? Stagnation. Instead of armies, conquest and glory, there were schools, fine roads and hospitals. And to what purpose? The weak were kept alive in order to breed more weaklings. Peasants learned their letters and became obsessed with thoughts of betterment. Questions that should never have been voiced were debated openly in city squares. By what right do the noble families rule our lives? Are we not free men? By what right? By the right of blood, thought Shabag. By the right of steel and fire. He thought back with relish to the day when he had surrounded the University of Ressa with armed troops after the students had voiced their protest at the war. He had called out their leader, who came armed not with a sword but with a scroll. It was an ancient work, written by Pashtarsen, and the boy had read it aloud. With a fine voice it was a well-written piece, full of thoughts of honour and patriotism and brotherhood. But then when Pashtarsen had written it, the serfs knew their place. The peasants lived in awe of their betters, and settlements were outworn now. He had allowed the boy to finish the work, for anything less would have been ill-mannered, and ill-befitting a nobleman. Then he had gutted him like a fish. Oh, how the brave students ran then, save that there was nowhere to run, and they had died in their hundreds, like maggots washed from pus-filled sore. The Ventrian Empire was decaying under the old emperor, and the only chance to resurrect the greatness was by war. Yes, through Shabag, the Nationalites will think they have won, and I will indeed be a vassal king, but not for long, not for long. Excuse me, sir, said an officer, and Shabag turned to the man. Yes? A ship left Capillis. It is heading north along the coast. There are quite a number of men aboard. Shabag swore. Gorbin has fled, he announced. He saw our giants and realised he could not win. He felt a sick sense of disappointment, for he had been anticipating tomorrow with great expectation. He turned his eyes towards the distant walls, half expecting to see the herald of surrender. I shall be in my tent. When they send for terms, wake me. Yes, sir. He strode through the camp, his anger mounting. Now, some hawborn corsair would capture Gorbin, maybe even kill him. Shabag glanced up at the darkening sky. I'd give my soul to have Gorbin before me, he said. But sleep would not come, and Shabag wished he had brought the Dettian slave girl with him. Young, innocent, and exquisitely compliant, she would have brought him sleep and sweet dreams. He rose from his bed and lit 2 lanterns. Gorbin's escape, if he managed to avoid the corsairs, would prolong the war, but only by a few months, reasoned Shabag. Capillis would be his by tomorrow, and after Ectanis would fall, Gorbin would be forced to fall back into the mountains, throwing himself upon the mercy of the wild tribes who inhabited them. It would take time to hunt him down, but not too much, and the hunt might afford amusement during the bleak winter months. He thought of his palace in Resha, deciding that after organising the surrender of Capillis, he would return home for a rest. Shabag pictured the comforts of Ressa, the theatres, the arena and the gardens. By now the flowering cherry trees would be in bloom, and the lake, dropping their petals in the crystal water, the sweet scent filled the air. Was it only a month since he had sat by the lake in Ledgand? Beside him, sunlight gleaming upon the braided silver hair. "Why do you wear those gloves, cousin?" Ledgand had asked. Tossing a pebble into the water, a large golden fish flicked its tail at the sudden disturbance, then vanished into the depths. "I like the feel of them," answered Shebag, irritated, "but I did not come here to discuss matters of sartorial." Darshan chuckled. "Always so serious. We are on the verge of victory." "You said that half a year ago," Shebag pointed out, "and I was correct then. It is like a lion hunt, cousin. While he is in the dense undergrowth he has a chance, but once you have him on the open ground, heading into the mountains, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of strength. Gorbin is running out of strength and gold. He still has 3 armies. He began with 7. 2 of them are now under my command. 1 is under yours, and 1 has been destroyed. Come, cousin, why the gloom?" Shebag shuddered. "I want to see an end to the war, so I can begin to rebuild." Surely you mean we." "A slip of the tongue, cousin," said Shebag swiftly, forcing a smile. Darshan leaned back on the marble seat and idly twisted one of his braids. Though not yet 40, his hair was startlingly pale, silver and white, and braided with wires of gold and copper. "Do not betray me, Shebag," he warned. "You will not be able to defeat the Nashanites alone." "A ridiculous thought, Darshan. We are the same blood, and we are friends." Darshan's cold eyes held to Shebag's gaze. Then the two smiled. "Yes," he whispered, "friends and cousins. I wonder where our cousin and former friend Gorbin is hiding today." Shebag reddened. "He was never my friend. I do not betray my friends. Such thoughts are unworthy of you." "Indeed you are right," said Darshan, rising. "I must leave for a.k.a. Shall we have a small wager on which of us conquers first?" "Why not? 1,000 in gold that a.k.a. falls before a.k.a. 1,000 plus a Datian slave girl." "Agreed," said Shebag, masking his irritation. "Take care, cousin." The men shook hands. "I shall." The silver-haired Darshan swung away, then glanced back over his shoulder. "By the way, did you see the wench?" "Yes, but she told me little of us. I think Kabuchik was swindled." "That may be true, but she saved him from the sharks and predicted a ship would come. She also told him where to find the opal brooch I lost 3 years ago." "What did she tell you?" Shebag shuddered. "She talked of my past, which was interesting, but then she could easily have been schooled by Kabuchik. When I asked her about the coming campaign, she closed her eyes and took hold of my hand. She held it for maybe 3 heartbeats, then pulled away and said she could tell me nothing at all. Nothing that made any sense, she said." "He's coming." She smiled both elated and yet moments later terrified. Then she told me not to go to Kapalis. That was it. "He's coming." Darshan nodded and smiled, about to speak. Instead he merely smiled and walked away. And seemed about to speak. Instead he merely smiled and walked away. Putting thoughts of Darshan from his mind, Shebag moved to the tent entrance. The camp was quiet. Slowly he removed the glove from his left hand. The skin itched, red open sores covering the surface, as they had done since adolescence. There were herbal ointments and emollients that could ease them, but nothing had ever healed the diseased skin, nor fully removed the other sores that stretched across his back and chest, thighs and calves. Slowly he peeled back the right-hand glove The skin here was clean and smooth. This was the hand she had held. He had offered Kabuchek 60,000 gold pieces for her, but the merchant had politely refused. When the battle is over, thought Shebag, I shall have her taken from him. Just as he was about to turn into the tent, Shebag saw a line of soldiers marching slowly towards the camp, their armour gleaming in the moonlight. They were moving in columns of twos, with an officer at the head. The man looked familiar, but he was wearing a plumed helm and a thick nasal guard that bisected his face. Shebag rubbed his teared eyes to focus more clearly on the man. It was not the face but the walk that aroused his interest. One of Darashan's officers, he wondered. Where have I seen him before? Pah, what difference does it make? He thought suddenly, pulling shut the tent flap. He had just blown out the first two of the lanterns when a scream rent the air. Then another. Shebag ran to the entrance, tearing aside the flap. Warriors were running through his camp, cutting and killing. Someone had picked up a burning brand and thrown it against the line of tents. Flames rippled across the bony dry cloth, and the wind carried the fire to other tents. At the centre of the fighting, Shebag saw a huge warrior dressed in black, brandishing a double-handed axe. 3 men ran at him, and he killed them in moments. Then Shebag saw the officer, and remembered rose like the lightning blast from the hall of his memory. Gorban's soldiers surrounded Shebag's tent. It had been set at the centre of the camp, with 30 pieces to clear ground around it, to allow the satraps to a degree of privacy. Now it was ringed by armed men. Shebag was bewildered by the speed at which the enemy had struck, but surely, he reasoned, it would avail them nothing. 25,000 men were camped around the besieged harboured city. How many of the enemy were here? 200? 300? What could they possibly hope to achieve, save to slay Shebag himself? And how would they serve them? For they would die in the act. Nonplussed he stood, a still silent spectre as the battle raged and the fires spread. He could not tear his eyes from the grum, blood-smeared axeman, who killed with such deadly efficiency, such a minimum of effort. When the horn sounded, a high shrill series of notes that flowed above the sounds of combat. Shebag was startled. The trumpeter was sounding a truce signal, and the soldiers fell back. Momentarily bewildered, Shebag wanted to shout at his men, fight on, but he could not speak. Fear paralysed him. The silent circle of soldiers around him stood ready, their blades shining in the moonlight. He felt that where he had to even move, they would fall upon him like hounds upon a stag. His mouth was dry, his hands trembling. 2 men rolled a barrel into view, upending it and testing the top. Then the enemy officer stepped forward and climbed onto the barrel, facing out towards the massed ranks of Shebag's men. The satrap felt bile rise in his throat. The officer threw back his cloak. Armour of gold shone upon his breast, and he removed his helm. You know me, he bellowed, his voice rash and resonant, compelling. I am Gorban, the son of the God King, and heir to the God King. In my veins runs blood of Pashtar-sen, and Sidious, the Lord of Battles, and Meshen-sen, who walked the bridge of death. I am Gorban. The name boomed out, and the men stood silently spellbound. Even Shebag felt the goose flesh rising on his diseased skin. Druss eased back into the circle and started out at the and stared out at the massed ranks of the enemy. There was a kind of divine madness about the scene, which he found himself enjoying immensely. He had been angry when Gorbin itself had appeared at the harbour to take command of the troops, and doubly so when the Emperor casually informed him there would be a change of plan. "What's wrong with the plan we have?" asked Druss. Gorbin chuckled, and taking Druss's arm, led him out of earshot to the waiting men. Nothing is wrong with the axeman, save for the objective. You seek to destroy the towers, admirable, but it is not the towers that will determine success or failure in this siege. It is the men. So tonight we do not seek to hamper them, we seek to defeat them. Druss chuckled. 200 against 25,000. No, 1 against 1. He had outlined his strategy to Druss and listened to the awed silence. The plan was audacious and fraught with peril. Druss loved it. The first phase had been completed. Shebag was surrounded and the enemy was listening to Gorbin speak. But now came the testing time, success and glory or failure and death. Druss did not know, but he sensed that the strategy was now teetering on a razor's edge. One wrong word from Gorbin and the whole horde would descend upon them. "I am Gorbin," roared the Emperor again, "and every man of you has been led into treachery by this miserable wretch here behind me." He waved his hand contemptuously in the direction of Shebag. "Look at him, standing like a frightened rabbit. Is this the man you would set upon the throne? It will not be easy for him, you know. He will have to ascend the royal steps. How will he accomplish this? His lips fastened to Nashanite arse." Nervous laughter rose from the massed ranks. "Aye, it is an amusing thought," agreed Gorbin, "or it would be, were it not so tragic. Look at him. How can warriors follow such a creature? He was lifted to high position by my father. He was trusted, and he betrayed the men who helped him, who loved him like a son. Non-content was causing the death of my father. He has also done everything within his power to wreak havoc upon Ventria. Our cities burn, our people are enslaved, and for why? So that this quivering rodent can pretend to be a king, so that he can creep on all fours and lie at his feet of the Nashanite goat breeder." Gorbin gazed out over the ranks. "Where are the Nashanites?" he called. A roar went up from the rear. "Ah, yes," he said, "ever at the back." The Nashanites began to shout, but their calls were submerged beneath the laughter of Shebag's Ventrians. Gorbin raised his hands for silence. "No," he bellowed. "Let them have their say. It is rude to laugh, to mock others because they do not have your skills, your understanding of honour, your sense of history. I had a Nashanite slave once, ran off with one of my father's goats. I'll say this for him, though, he picked a pretty one." Laughter rose, and a wall of sound, and Gorbin waited until it subsided. "Ah, my lads," he said at last, "what are we doing with the land we love? How did we allow the Nashanites to rape our sisters and daughters?" An eerie silence settled over the camp. "I'll tell you how. Men like Shebag opened doors to them. 'Come in,' he shouted, 'and do as you will. I will be your dog, but please, please, let me have the crumbs that fall from your table. Let me lick the scrapings of your plate.' Gorbin drew his sword and raised it high, and his voice thundered out, 'Well, I'll have none of it. I am the Emperor anointed by the gods, and I'll fight to the death to save my people.' 'And we'll stand by you,' came a voice from the right. Druss recognised the caller. It was Bodason, and with him were the 5,000 defenders of Capillis. They had marched silently past the siege towers while the skirmish raged, and had crept up to the enemy lines while the soldiers listened to the voice of Gorbin. As Shabag's Ventrians began to shift nervously, Gorbin spoke again. Every man here, save the Nashonites, is forgiven for following Shabag. For then this, I will allow you to serve me, to purge your crime by fleeing Ventria, and more than this, I shall give you each the pay that is overdue you, the 10 gold pieces for every man who pledges to fight for his land, his people and his emperor. At the rear, the nervous Nashonites eased away from the packed ranks, forming a fighting square a little way distant. You see them cower, shouted Gorbin. Now is the time to earn your gold. Bring me the heads of the enemy. Boduson forced his way through the throng. Follow me, he shouted. Death to the Nashonites. The cry was taken up, and almost 30,000 men hurled themselves upon the few hundred Nashonite troops. Gorbin leapt down from the barrel and strode to where Shabag waited. Well, cousin, he said, his soft voice yet tinged with acid. How did you enjoy my speech? You always could talk well, replied Shabag, with a bitter laugh. Aye, and I can sing and play the harp, and read the works of our finest scholars. These things are dear to me, and I am sure they are to you, cousin. Ah, what an awful fate it must be to be born blind, or to lose the use of speech, the sense of touch. I am noble born, said Shabag, sweat gleaming from his face. You cannot maim me. I am the emperor, hissed Gorbin. My will is the law. Shabag fell to his knees. Kill me cleanly, I beg you, cousin. Gorbin drew a dagger from the jewel-encrusted scabbard at his hip, tossing the weapon to the ground before Shabag. The satrap swallowed hard, and he lifted the dagger and stared with grim malevolence at his tormentor. You may choose the manner of your passing, said Gorbin. Shabag licked his lips, then held the point of the blade to his chest. I curse you, Gorbin, he screamed. Then taking his hilt with both hands, he rammed the blade home. He groaned and fell back, his body twitched, and his bowels opened. Remove it, Gorbin ordered the soldiers close by. Find a ditch and bury it. He swung to Druss and laughed merrily. Well, axeman, the deed is done. Indeed it is, my lord, answered Druss. My lord, truly, that is a night of wonders. At the edge of the camp, the last of the Nashonites died, begging for mercy, and a grim quiet descended. Boduson approached the emperor and bowed deeply. Your orders have been obeyed, Majesty. Gorbin nodded. Aye, you have done well, Boduson. Now take Jazu and Nebuchad and gather Shabag's officers. Promise them anything, but take them to the city, away from their men. Interrogate them. Kill those who do not inspire your confidence. As you order it, so it shall be, said Boduson. The mechanic lifted Rowena from the carriage. Her head lolled against his shoulder, and he smelt the sweetness of her breath. Trying the reins to break bar, Poudry scrambled down and gazed appreciatively at the sleeping woman. She is right, said Mechanic. I will take her to her room. You fetch the servants to unload the chests. The tall warrior carried Rowena towards the house. A slave girl held open the door as he moved inside, climbing the stairs to a sunlit room in the eastern wing. Gently he laid her down and covered her frail body with a satin sheet and a thin blanket of lamb's wool. Sitting beside her, he lifted her hand. The skin was hot and feverish. She moaned, but did not stir. Another slave girl appeared and curtsied to the warrior. He rose. Stay by her, he ordered. He found Poudry standing in the main doorway of the house. The little man looked disconsolate and lost. his dark eyes fearful. Mechanic summoned him to the huge oval library and bade him sit on a couch. But Druss slumped down, wriggling his hands. "Now from the beginning," said Mechanic, "everything." The eunuch looked up at the powerful soldier. "I don't know, Lord. At first she seemed merely withdrawn, but the more the Lord Kibutchik made her tell fortunes, the more strange she became. I sat with her, and she told me that talent was growing within her. At first she needed to concentrate her mind upon the subject, then visions would flow, short, disjointed images, though after a while no concentration was needed. But the visions did not stop when she released the hands of Lord Kibutchik's guests. Then the dreams began. She would talk as if she was old, and then in different voices she stopped eating and moved as if in a trance. Then 3 days ago she collapsed. Surgeons were called, and she was bled, but to no avail. His lip trembled, and the tears flowed to his thin cheeks. Is she dying, Lord? Mechanic sighed. I don't know, Pudri. There is a doctor here whose opinion I value. He is said to be a mystic healer. He will be here within the hour. He said to be a mystic healer. He will be here within the hour. He sat down opposite the little man. He thought he could read the fear in the eunuch's eyes. No matter what happened, Pudri will have a place here in my household. I did not purchase you from Kibutchik merely because you are close to Rowena. If she does not recover, I will not discard you. Pudri nodded, but his expression did not change. Mechanic was surprised. Ah, he said softly, you love her even as I do. Not as you, Lord. She is like a daughter to me. She is sweet without a father's weight of malice in her whole body. She is sweet without a featherweight of malice within her whole body. But such talent as she has should not have been used so carelessly. She was not ready, not prepared. He stood. May I sit with the Lord? Of course. The eunuch hurried from the room, and Mechanic rose and opened the doors to the gardens. Stepping through into the sunlight, flowering trees lined the paths, and the air was full of the scent of jasmine, lavender, and rose. 3 gardeners were working, watering the earth and clearing the flower beds of weeds. As he appeared, they stopped their work and fell to their knees, their foreheads pressed to the earth. Carry on, he said, walking past them, entering the maze, moving slowly through it to the marble bench at the centre, where the statue of the goddess was set in a circular pool. All white marble, it showed a beautiful young woman, naked, her arms held aloft, her head tilted back to stare at the sky. In her hands was an eagle with wings spread, about to fly. Mechanic sat and stretched out his long legs. Soon the story would spread all over the city. The Emperor's champion had paid 2,000 silver pieces for a dying seeress. Such folly. Yet since the day he had first seen her, he had not been able to push her from his mind. Even on the campaign, while fighting against Gorban's troops, she had been with him. He had known more beautiful women, but at 25 he had found none whom he wished to share his life. He had found none with whom he wished to share his life. Until now, at the thought that she might be dying, he found himself trembling. Recalling the first meeting, he remembered her prophecy that he would die in this city, in a last stand against black cloaked troops. Gorban's immortals. The Ventrian emperor had reformed the famous regiment, manning it with the finest of his fighters. 7 cities had been retaken by them, 2 of them after single combat between Gorban's new champion, a Draenei axeman they called Deathwalker, and 2 Nashanite warriors, both known to Mechanic, good men, strong and brave, skillful beyond the dreams of most soldiers, yet they had died. Mechanic had asked for the right to join the army and challenge the axemen, but his emperor had refused. "I value you too highly," said the emperor. "But Lord, is this not my role? Am I not your champion? My seers tell me that the man cannot be slain by you. Mechanic, they say his axe is demon blessed. There will be no more single combat settlements. We will crush Gorbin by the might of our armies." But the man was not being crushed. The last battle had been no more than a bloody draw, with thousands slain on both sides. Mechanic had led the charge, which almost turned the tide, but Gorbin had withdrawn into the mountains. 2 of us general officers had been slain by Mechanic, Bushad and Jesu. The first had little skill. He had charged his white horse at the Nationite champion, and had died with Mechanic's lance in his throat. The second was a canny fighter, fast and fearless, but not fast enough, and too fearless to attempt that he had met a better swordsman. He had died with a curse on his lips. "The war is not being won," Mechanic told the marble goddess. "It is being lost, slowly, day by day. 3 of the renegade Ventrian satraps has been slain by Gorbin, Shabag and Kapalis. Bedish, the fat and greedy sycophant, hanged at Ectanis, and Ashak, satrap of the southwest, impaled after the defeat of Gurunur. Only Dadishan, the silver-haired fox to the north, survived. Mechanic liked the man. The others he had treated with barely concealed contempt, but Dadishan was a warrior born unprincipled, amoral, but gifted with courage. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a man moving through the maze. "Where in Hades are you, lad?" came a deep voice. "I thought you were a mystic, Shalatar," he called. The response was both an obscenity and an instruction. "If I could do that," replied Mechanic, chuckling, "I could make a fortune with public performance. A bald, portly man in a long white tunic appeared and sat beside Mechanic. His face was round and red, and his eyes protruded like those of a bat. "I hate mazes," he said. "What on earth is the point of them? A man walks 3 times as far to reach a distance, and when he arrives there's nothing there. Futile." "Have you seen her?" asked Mechanic. Shaltar's expression changed, and he turned his eyes from the warrior's gaze. "Yes, interesting. Why ever did you buy her?" "That is beside the point. What is your prognosis?" She is the most talented seer I've ever known, but that talent overwhelmed her. Can you imagine what it must be like to know everything about everyone you meet, their pasts and their futures? Every hand you touch flashes an entire life and death into your mind. The influx of such knowledge, at such speed, has had a catastrophic effect on her. She doesn't just see the lives, she experiences them, lives them. She became not Rowena, but 100 different people, including you, I might add." "Me? Yes, I only touched her mind fleetingly, but your image was there." "Will she live?" Shalatar shook his head. "I am not a mystic, my friend, but not a prophet. I would say she has only one chance. We must close the door of her talent. Can you do this?" "Not alone, but I will gather those of my colleagues with experience of such matters. It is not unlike the casting out of demons. We must close the corridors of her mind that lead to the source of her power. It will be expensive, Mechanic. I am a rich man. You will need to be. One of the men I need is a former source priest, and he will ask for 10,000 in silver for his services. He will have it. Shelatar laid his hands on his friend's shoulder. You love her so dearly, more than life. Did she share your feelings? No. Then you will have a chance to start anew, for after we have finished, she will have no memory. What will you tell her? I don't know, but I will give her love. You intend to marry her? Mechanic thought back to her prophecy. No, my friend, I have decided never to marry. Druss wandered along the dark street of the newly captured city, his head aching, his mood restless. The battle had been bloody and all too brief, and he was filled with a curious sense of anticlimax. He sensed a change in himself, unwelcome and yet demanding, a need for combat, to feel the axe crushing bone and flesh, to watch the light of life disappear from an enemy's eyes. The mountains of his homeland seemed an eternity from him, lost in some other time. How many men had he slain since setting off in search of Rowena? He no longer knew, nor cared. The axe felt light in his hand, warm and companionable. His mouth was dry, and he longed for a cool drink of water. Glancing up, he saw a sign proclaiming Spice Street. Here in more peaceful times, traders had delivered their herbs and spices to be packed into bales for export to the west. Even now there was a scent of pepper in the air, and at the far end of the street, where it intersected the market square, was a fountain, and beside it a brass pump with a long curved handle and a copper cup attached by slender chains to an iron ring. Druss filled the cup, then resting the axe against the side of the fountain wall, he sat quietly drinking. Even so, every so often, though, his hand would drop and touch Snarg's black haft. When Gorbin had ordered the last attack on the doomed Nashonites, Druss had longed to hurl himself into the fray, had felt the call of blood and the need to kill. It had taken all of his strength to resist the demands of the turbulent spirit, for the enemy in the keep had begged to surrender, and Druss had known with certainty that such slaughter was wrong. The words of Shadak came back to him. The true warrior lives by a code. He has to. For each man there are different perspectives, but the core they are the same. Never violate a woman nor harm a child. Do not lie, cheat or steal. Those things are for lesser men. Protect the weak against the evil strong, and never allow thoughts of gain to lead you into the pursuit of evil. Numbering only a few hundred, the Nashonites had no chance, but Druss still felt somehow cheated, especially when, as now, he recalled the warm, satisfying triumph, surging of spirit during the fight in the camp of Hadib Kar, or the bloodletting following his leap to the deck of the Corsair Tradami. Pulling clear his helm, he dipped his head into the water of the fountain pool, and then stood removing his jerkin, and washed his upper body. Movement from his left caught his eye, as a tall bald man in robes of grey wool came into sight. In robes of grey wool came into sight. Good evening, my son, said the priest from the temple back in Capellis. Druss nodded curtly, then donned his jerkin and sat down. The priest made no move to walk on, but stood gazing down at the axeman. I have been looking for you these past months. You have found me, said Druss, his voice even. May I join you for a few moments? Why not, responded Druss, making room on the seat where the priest sat alongside the black-garbed warrior. Our last meeting troubled me, my son. I have spent many an evening in prayer and meditation since then. Finally I walked the paths of mist to seek out the soul of your loved one, Rowena. This proved fruitless, I journeyed through the void on roads too dark to speak of, but she was not there, nor did I find any souls who knew of her death. Then I met a spirit, a gross evil creature, who had this life bore the name Shad, a corsair captain called Bajiba, the shark. He knew of your wife, for this was the ship that plundered the vessel on which he was sailing. He told me that when the corsair boarded the ship, a merchant named Kabuchek, another man, and a young woman leapt over the side. Then there were sharks everywhere, not much blood in the water. Once the slaughter started on the deck. I don't need to know how she died, snapped Druss. Ah, but that's the point, said the priest. Ian Shed believes that she and Kabuchek were slain, but they were not. What? Kabuchek is in Russia. Building more fortunes. He has a seeress with him, whom they call Patai, the little dove. I have seen her in spirit. I read her thoughts. She is Rowena, your Rowena. She is alive? Yes, said the priest softly. Sweet heaven! Druss laughed and threw his arms around the priest's scrawny shoulders. By the gods, you have done me a great service. I'll not forget it. If ever there is anything you need from me, you have only to ask. Thank you, my son. I wish you well in your quest, but there is one more matter to discuss, the axe. What about it? Asked Druss, suddenly weary, his hands reaching down to curl around the haft. It is an ancient weapon, and I believe that spells were cast upon the blades. Someone of great power in a distant past used sorcery to enhance the weapon. So? There were many methods. Sometimes the spell would merely involve the armourer's blood being splashed upon the blades. At other times, a binding spell would be used. This served to keep the edge keen, giving it greater cutting power. Small spells. Druss, occasionally, a master of the arcane arts, would bring his skills to bear on a weapon, usually one borne by a king or lord. Some blades could heal wounds, others could cut through the finest armour, as indeed can Snaga, said Druss, hefting the axe, the blades glittering in the moonlight, and the priest drew back. Do not be frightened, said Druss. I'll not harm you, man. I do not fear you, my son, the priest told him. I fear what lives within those blades. Druss laughed. So someone cast a spell 1,000 years ago. It is still an axe. Yes, an axe, but the greatest of spells was woven around these blades. Druss, the enchantment of colossal skill was used. Your friend Sabian told me that when you were attacking the corsairs, a sorcerer cast a spell at you, a spell of fire, and when you lifted your axe, Sabian saw a demon appear, scaled and horned. He it was who turned back the fire. Nonsense, said Druss. It bounced from the blades. You know, father, you shouldn't take a great deal of notice when Sabian speaks. The man is a poet. He builds his tales well, but he embroiders them, adds little touches. A demon indeed. He needed to add no touches, Druss. I know of Snaga, the sender, for in finding your wife I also learned something of you and the weapon you bear. Barden's weapon, Barden the slayer, the butcher of babes, the rapist, the slaughterer. Once he was a hero, yes, but he was corrupted. Evil wormed into his soul, and the evil came from that, he said, pointing to the axe. I don't believe it. I'm not evil. I have carried this axe for almost a year now. And you have noticed no change in yourself, no lusting after blood and death. You do not feel a need to hold the axe, even when a battle is not near. Do you sleep with it beside you? It's not possessed, roared Druss. It's a fine weapon. It's mine. He stumbled to silence. My friend, is that what you were going to say? What if it was? I am a warrior, and in a war, only this axe will keep me alive. Better than any friend, eh? As he spoke, he lifted the axe, and it slipped from his grip. The priest threw up his hands as Snarga plunged down towards his throat, but in an instant, Druss's left hand slammed into the heft. Just as the priest pushed at the shining blades, the axe crashed to the stones, sending up a shower of sparks from the flints embedded in the paving slabs. God, I'm sorry, it just slipped, said Druss. Are you hurt? The priest rose. No, it did not cut me, and you were wrong, young man. It did not slip. It wanted me dead. And had it not been for you, for your swift response, so I would have been. It was an accident, Father, I assure you. The priest gave a sad smile. You saw me push away the blades with my hand. I, responded Druss, mystified. Then look, said the priest, lifting his hands with the palm outward. The flesh was seared and blackened, the skin burned black. Blood and water steamed from the wound. Beware, Druss. The beast within will seek to kill any who threaten it. Druss gathered the axe and backed away from the priest. Look after that wound, he said, then turned and strode away. He was shocked at what he had seen. He knew little of demons and spells, save what the storytellers sang, and when they had visited the village, but he did not know the value of a weapon like Snarga, especially in an alien war-torn land. Druss came to a halt and lifted the axe. He gazed into his own reflection in the blades. I need you, he'd said softly, if I am to find Rowena and get her home. The heft was warm, the weapon light in his hand. He sighed. I'll not give you up, I can't. And anyway, damn it all, you are mine. You are mine, came an echo from deep inside his mind. You are mine. That was book 2 of the first Chronicles of Druss the Ledgand by David Gammell. The Demon in the Axe. Read by Ian Walton.